Gray Sky's Story. Gray Sky's Story link. https://www.fanfic.net/s/3764194/1/category Ranma plus SC varied crossover genre adventure/drama author Roya for a link https://www.fanfic.net/u/389,366/ last updated July 26, 2010 words 73,006 rating status in progress content Chapter 1 to 6 of 6 chapters source, fanfic.net summary, Ranma, Nabiki, and Ryouga are all haphazardly dropped into a vortex in the middle of a fight and wake up in the middle of nowhere. Where are they, and how can they get back to Nerima? Thus begins their journey to return to a simpler time and place. Chapter 1 Lost Nerima, Tokyo. Thursday, November 2nd, 1989. You've gotten in my way for the last time, Shodom. Gosankuji bellowed from his place in the air. Two horns protruded from the teen's head, and his eyes had a crimson, ethereal glow to them. The boy's skin had turned an indigo color, and his odd cloak billowed in fierce winds as the teen hovered at least 10 meters above Ranma and most of his cohorts. Ryouga, Mythos, Akan, Cologne, and oddly enough, even Nabiki and Kuma were all present. Just moments ago they'd all been caught up in a brawl for the panties from hell, but this new interloper had their focus. They were gathered before the Tendu property on the street, and the normally blue sky was darkened with gray clouds, lightning flashing in the distance accompanied by ominous thunderclaps. Oddly enough, although Ranma wasn't going to complain, it had not yet begun to rain. In the air beside Gosankuji floated a positively ancient-looking tome. The ragged, brown pages were completely unaffected by the wind, and the boy and book were connected by an unearthly red tendril. For the suffering I've endured at your hands, you will perish. The teen pointed a clawed finger at the big-tailed teen. Oh come on, I hardly even know you. Ranma griped as he dodged a lightning bolt. And it was true. Ranma hadn't seen or heard of Gosankuji for an incredibly long time. It had been months, at the very least. What the hell could I have done to you, idiot? Gosankuji shook his head. You wouldn't know. No one notices me. He narrowed his eyes to slits at the world-class martial artist. And it's because jocks like you exist that guys like me are treated like dirt, Shodom. You and all of your stupid little friends. I'll see you destroyed. The boy waved his hand and both Ranma and Ryouga jumped to avoid the next bolt of lightning. Why the hell bring us into this? Complained Ryouga. We're not Ranma's friends. That's right, Shodom has slighted us as well. Mythos agreed. I refuse to be attacked because of someone like him. Silence. Gosankuji sneered. Mythos narrowed his eyes and moved to avoid the next bolt, but it hit him anyway. The boy fell to the ground as steam rose off his unmoving body. "Goose! You idiot!" Ranma shook his head. "Getting that guy to look your way with all that metal on you. Nice going, moron. That boy is possessed by a demon, son-in-law," Cologne called out to the pig-tailed teen from the sidelines. "I can see that, you old bag," the boy yelled as he leapt aside to dodge another lightning bolt. "He sure looks possessed to me." "You fool!" Cologne shouted as she threw her cane at him. It impacted his skull and knocked him onto the ground. "Listen. All you need to do is target the book. That is what appears to be the demon's medium. Como? The book? Huh?" Ranma looked up at the impressive tome. "Now that I think about it, it does look pretty evil. Got that nasty red glow and all." He grinned and cracked his knuckles. "All right then. If I can beat the crap out of flaming chickens, I can beat the crap out of flying books," Ranma snorted. "Let's see. A key blast should do the trick, easy enough." He started running towards Kosankuji, dodging several errant lightning bolts on the way, then leapt up high into the air. A glowing, blue aura appeared around his body and he threw both fists forward. Mukota Kabisha. The energy projected away from him in the form of a sphere, but a black wall appeared between him and his target, and swallowed up the projectile. The portal also disappeared soon afterwards and Gosankuji smirked. Ranma hid his confusion with a confident grin as he fell back to the ground. "So you can do more than throw around those little lightning bolts, eh? At least I'm not going to be beating on a one-trick pony again." Ranma took up a stance and watched his opponent carefully. If he can do something like that, getting close is probably not a good idea. Maybe I can rile him up, get a little tornado action going. "You'll regret taking me lightly, Sodom," the boy growled. He waved one of his hands in a complicated motion and another black portal opened up directly above Ranma, many times larger than the first. Ranma hid his surprise at the initial appearance of the black wall, but before he could react, a gigantic, blue sphere of energy shot from the wall at him. It slammed into him at once, and drove him into the concrete with the force of a meteor before detonating after several seconds, sending a powerful shockwave throughout the entire district and leaving a crater that stretched across the street, at the bottom of which Ranma lay, unmoving. The teenagers gathered there all recovered from the shockwave with a degree of awe on their faces as they stared at the raw destruction. Did he just suck up one of Sodom's attacks, make it a hell of a lot stronger, then throw it back at him? Nabiki asked from her place on the sidelines with Akan and Cologne. Evidently, Cologne muttered. It would seem this is more serious a situation than any of us had considered. "Yeah, you got that right," Nabiki said. "Shot. Gosankuji is a complete nobody. He's weaker than weak, nerdier than nerdy, and a stalker. For him to come out of nowhere and beat Ranma, that's one hell of a power-up." She narrowed her eyes. "I'm sure someone would be willing to pay a lot of money for something like that. Son-in-law is not yet defeated," the elder spat out. and the one fighting Ranma is the demon, spurred on by that boy's hatred for him. Ryouga grunted. I may not want to, but it looks like Shoto won't win this one without some help. Ryouga snorted as he uncrossed his arms and started to walk toward the crater just as Ranma began to sit up. Kuno, why don't you do something? Akan asked as she noticed the one-ape swordsman standing beside them. It is as Hibiki said before, I do not wish to become involved with this, the boy snorted. That demon's qualm is with the pigtailed charlatan, not me. This is too serious to be fooling around, you buffoon, Cologne growled. This is a powerful demon indeed. We may not be able to destroy it outright, but I can seal it. I must return to the cat cafe to gather the appropriate wards. She pogoed over to Moose and surveyed his body for an instant. HMPH, still alive, eh? She hefted the boy over his shoulder and leapt up and away. You all try to keep that monster busy. I will return as soon as possible. Okay. Akan nodded as she ran out to join the fight. Nabiki reached out and grabbed her sister, holding her back. What? Nabiki? What are you doing? Hold on, sis, Nabiki said with a frown. I know you pride yourself on being a martial artist, but this guy is on a whole different level. He's a literal monster. So? I can't stand back and watch as Ranma and Ryouga couldn't fight that thing alone, she said as she plonked at the combatants. Ranma and Ryouga were again dodging lightning bolts as they leapt through the air trying to tag their foe, but he was too high and neither one was willing to see how many balls of ki he could repeat that trick with. Hold, Farrakhan, Kuno started. Both girls looked at him. Akan did so with a glare. Does the foul sorcerer truly mean so much to you that you would risk your life against the forces of hell itself to save him? I don't know anything about any foul sorcerers, Akan growled out. But Ranma, he saved my life so many times. I want to return the favor. Just sitting on the side all the time, as his damsel in distress, it's disgusting. She forcefully pulled away from her older sister and started towards the battlefield once again. Kuno closed his eyes for a long moment, then suddenly shot away at top speed. The girl blinked in surprise when the other teen overtook her easily. Then, with book in hand, leapt up in front of both Ranma and Ryouga, who were both on the ground and struggling to stand. He sliced upwards, at a lightning bolt, splitting it in two, each just shy of the fighters on the ground. Everyone stared slack-jawed at what the boy had just done as he landed just in front of the other two. Glad you decided to help, Ranma muttered as he and Ryouga both stood up. We've got a plan, but it'll be easier to pull off with your running interference. Kuno nodded, and Gosankuji scowled at the three boys on the ground before him. You fools cannot hope to stand against me. Gosankuji snarled out as his left fist glowed red. He threw a punch at them, and they scattered as an orb of flames hit the ground where they'd been standing. The force from the ensuing explosion sent them flying, and as Kuno recovered in midair, he noticed Ranma and Ryouga do the same before landing beside Nabiki. Both Tendu sisters had been knocked to their feet by the explosion, and as Kuno surveyed the destruction, he could see that many of the homes in the immediate vicinity had been damaged from the repeated shockwaves and lightning bolts. "It's time to end this. I won't give you the chance to pull anything sneaky," Gosankuji growled as he lifted a hand. Ranma was only mildly aware of a sudden falling sensation as a blue portal opened beneath him, Ryouga, and Nabiki. Akan turned and screamed in horror as she stood up and ran towards them, reaching the portal in time to see it close. The last thing she'd seen was a pained expression on Ranma's face as he fell further and further away from her. GISCLAIMER, none of the series, characters, or locations mentioned in this story are owned by the author of this story unless stated otherwise. Gray Skies CHA page TR1. Lost Ranma groaned in utter pain as he opened his eyes and slowly took stock of the situation. He was lying face down in the dirt, and it felt like someone had decided to put his vital organs and limbs into a wood chipper and then insert them back into his body. He was almost certain that his heart had exploded the way it had been beating like crazy, and his entire head was one big pounding ache. The pain was such that he almost fell unconscious again, but he thought to remain awake. At first glance, the ground beneath him was dusty and dirty. There was little light, and as he looked up, gritting his teeth and fighting off a fresh burst of pain, it seemed as if dusk was settling over the area. His eyes slowly focused as he sat up and he was able to take in their surroundings. There were rock formations in the distance, and a notable lack of healthy plant life in the immediate area. The sky was dark with rain clouds, and it was only because of the tiny sliver of light that came from the western horizon that he was able to see at all. There was absolutely no sign of civilization in any direction. The most prominent landmark was the huge mountain range in the distance. It looked more like the result of the ground exploding upwards than a mountain to Ranma's eyes, but the size was right, so he decided to label them as such. There were more rocks jutting out in other directions, but none of them were closed. His eyes fell across to dark shapes in the dirt and he was able to recognize them as the lifeless forms of Nabiki and Ryouga. Their clothes were torn in various places, but it wasn't enough to render them completely worthless. What they had on their backs would have to do until they had something else. And it was then that Ranma chose to try and remember what had happened leading up to that event. Gosankuji and some weird magic book, the magic book possessing him, and then some kind of blue vortex. He shook his head. The last thing he'd seen before the portal closed was Akan, screaming as she tried to reach for him. As they were carried further away, pain had exploded all over his body. His head was simultaneously throbbing and stinging, and all of his nerves felt like they were on fire before there was a sudden sensation of crashing into something incredibly hard. The combined stress on their bodies had knocked them all out for some time, from what he could see. Ranma winced as pain shot through his hands and he grimaced as he looked down at them. twitching as they were. If the torture in that vortex had continued, he could tell that they'd all have been ripped apart. We were lucky we survived at all. His thoughts suddenly took on a grim tone as he considered that. If we survived, though this doesn't look like any kind of afterlife I've heard of. He struggled to rise from his sitting position and slowly made his way over to where both Ryouga and Nabiki were lying, motionless. Just as he stood over them, the two of them groaned and started moving on their own. Did somebody get the license plate of the 18-wheeler that hit me? Nabiki groaned as she sat up. Because we're definitely suing her. I don't think that'll help us right now, Ranma said with a chuckle, and it was at then that the other two teens noticed their surroundings. Ryouga looked around in confusion at the world around them as Nabiki considered Ranma's words. Don't think it'll help, Sodom? The middle Tendu sister asked, amused. Trust me, it will. She trailed off as she took in the barren wasteland around them. Come as soon as we get home, that is. She slowly surveyed their surroundings as Ryouga stood up, dusting himself off. Ranma, what the hell happened? Ryouga asked, as he looked at his rival, confusion evident on his face. Ranma stared at him. Poor Porker must be really addled, the big-tailed teen thought with a shake of his head. Gosankuji somehow managed to come up with a spell book. An evil spell book, and it possessed him. He did some freaky magic and we got sucked up into that vortex. Remember? Eh? Ryouga grunted as he looked around, and Ranma wasn't sure whether or not to take that as a positive or a negative. And now we're somewhere that isn't the street in front of my house, Nabiki growled, calling Ranma's attention over to her. When I get my hands on that boy, there was a glint in her eyes that rubbed Ranma the wrong way, so he nervously looked back at the lost boy instead, glad that it was not he who would be at the receiving end of her ire. You know where we are, P-chan? Ryouga grimaced but ignored the jibe. The fanged boy looked around and stopped as his gaze fell upon the huge rocks in the distance. His eyes lingered on them before turning to Ranma. You ever seen that before? He asked. Ranma shook his head. I figured you'd know. A landmark that big should be famous, don't you think? Nabiki turned to look at what they were talking about. I tend to agree, she said with a frown. There's no way something that big and unusual could go unnoticed. Ryouga frowned. Well, I've never even seen anything like that before, he said. Wow. Even Ryouga's never been here before. Wonderful, Nabiki commented snidely as she shakingly stood up. Some weirdo hits us with a magic whammy and now we're not even on Earth. The three of them all shuddered as a strong sense of deja vu settled over them. Ryouga was the first to shake it off and continue. Hey, it's not so bad. Ryouga snorted. Happens all the time, doesn't it? Yeah, about that, Ryouga, Ranma started, looking at his sometimes friend warily. You two are unreasonably calm, Nabiki noted. It can't be any worse than anything that's happened before, Ranma reminded her. Not to me, the other teen remarked, sighing with a hand covering her face. Oh yeah, Ryouga looked over to her. "You're the type who usually just sits on the side, aren't you? There could be dinosaurs here for all we know," Nabiki said, scraping into her voice. "Well then, in that case, I guess you're T-Rex food. Ryouga and I, on the other hand, will make it just fine," the big-tailed martial artist continued. "Isn't that right, Ryouga?" Ryouga took a few steps away, looking around. "There are no dinos," he announced after a moment. "I know." Ranma and Nabiki gave pause to that, but the lost boy merely continued. "Anyway, we're wasting time just standing around. I've been lost enough to know that the only time you don't spend moving, you spend sleeping. Otherwise, you die. Of starvation, dehydration, exhaustion, whichever one kills you first." "That's true," Ranma agreed. "But we can't exactly just pick a direction and go. We could end up getting even more lost. It'd be just our luck to go one direction for 30 kilometers and keel over when a big city was 3 away in the opposite direction. Well then what would you have us do?" Nabiki asked, finally calm enough to see the value in deferring to the martial artist's experience with traveling. "We should search the area for signs of civilization," Ranma suggested. "You know, a path, a road, maybe some ruins, that sort of thing." "That could take too long," Ryouga said, shaking his head. "We could be too far out to find something like that, and then what? We'll have wasted time looking for something that isn't there. We should focus on looking for water, food, and a place to stay, in that order." "True," Ranma admitted. "We can search once we've got those things down." He looked over at the horizon. "Let's go. Sun's not wasting any time. Which way should we go, anyway?" Nabiki asked as she looked at Ryouga. The lost boy opened his mouth to speak as thunder crackled in the distance. He shut his mouth as a sudden chill filled the air and Ranma groaned, looking up at the cloudy gray skies. "Just great," the boy sighed. "We just got here, and already, the rain started pouring in thick, heavy droplets, and he became a she." The redhead groaned as Ryuga's own change was triggered and the lost boy became the wandering piglet. She walked over to the pile of clothes and picked them up, dropping a small black piglet onto the ground as she did so. She snickered and picked up the disoriented animal, shoved him into his own shirt like it was a bag, and slung it over her shoulder. "Well, worst comes to worst, we have food." Nabiki sighed. The pig started squirming at that and Ranma rolled her eyes, tightening her hold on the shirt so that he could not run off and get lost. "She's joking, Ryouga," Ranma assured him. The pig seemed to calm down after that, and Ranma looked over at Nabiki. "So you knew about him?" The other girl didn't seem to notice the question, and instead finally picked a direction and started walking against the storm. Ranma followed her just as the wind picked up, whipping their clothes and hair. Her pigtail held, but just barely, as they began their trek in what they all hoped was the right direction. An open-top jeep blazed through the wilds, and inside could be seen two young men. The driver wore a hooded raincoat, but the other one didn't seem to mind the rain at all as it poured into the car. Said young brunette was reclining in his position on the left side of the Jeep, with his chair leaning back and his feet propped up on the dashboard. He wore a long-sleeved maroon shirt under a midnight blue jacket that notably lacked a right sleeve. On his left shoulder he wore a metallic shoulder protector, and on his right hand he wore a navy blue fingerless glove. He stretched his arms high over his head, then folded them behind it as they sped along the wilderness, leaving muddy tracks in their wake. "You're such a weenie," he teased. The driver grit his teeth. His only visible feature was his face, and half of that was covered with thick goggles to help him see in the rain. He absently wiped off the accumulated water as he responded, "Don't laugh at me because I don't want to catch some kind of disease. A little water won't hurt you." The brunette insisted as he looked up at the thick clouds. Lightning flashed far off, and not seconds later thunder followed. "Right, Kazuma. I seem to remember about a month ago when you were so sick you couldn't work for 2 whole weeks. It was a viral infection," the brunette reminded him, turning his attention to the driver for a brief moment. "Or that's what Kanamai said anyway. It wasn't because I was pelted with rain, all right." The driver rolled his eyes as he switched on the lights. There was a thick mist forming around them, and with the sky also rapidly darkening, visibility had finally dropped down to the point where he needed the assistance. They didn't help him as much as he'd hoped. All they managed to do was make the fog in front of them brighter. Kimishima sighed as he slowed down. Ranma contorted her face as she marched on through the relentless, freezing cold rain and the intense wind that raged against her. She bent forward further to reduce her wind resistance as she finally began to realize the scope of the storm they were facing. "We've got to get inside somewhere, or we'll freeze to death," she thought with a wince. She stopped walking as she heard a droning noise off to the side. She looked up and saw some light in the distance moving at a high speed. Her eyes widened as she recognized the twin beams as belonging to a car. "Nabiki," she called out. The older girl did not seem to hear her at all and instead continued walking. Ranma frowned and prepared to call out again when suddenly the girl in front of her fell forward. The redhead's eyes widened and she ran over to the other girl, calling her name. She turned the teen over and saw that her eyes were shut, and she wasn't moving. "Damn." She looked up and noticed the car in the distance was getting to the point where it would only start getting further away. She picked up the comatose girl and frantically bounded off towards the lights despite the icy winds biting at her. "Hey! Wait!" Kazuma narrowed his eyes. "You hear that, Kimishima?" the brunette asked. He was now clutching his shoulders and shivering under a spare coat that the driver had left under the seat. "Hear what?" the driver asked, sparing a glance at his partner. "Slow down," the brunette shouted as he started looking around. He stood up in his seat as the car slowed down. Suddenly, a red-haired girl landed on the front of the Jeep, surprising both of them. "Oh man, I never thought you guys would stop," she called out to them. What the heck was that? Who are you, falling out of the sky on us like that? You an alter user?" Kimishima demanded. The redhead looked confused at that for a brief moment before shrugging. "Look, my friend is hurt," the girl said, and for the first time, both boys noticed that she was carrying another girl under one arm, and a bundle of clothes under the other arm. "You guys know where some shelter is or something?" "Yeah, hop in," Kazuma commanded as he sat back down. The girl didn't need to be told twice and she did just that, landing in the back compartment. She set down her passenger and the bundle of clothes, and glanced up as the car sped off. "You lost or something? How long have you guys been out here?" Ranma glanced at the black pig and then went back to watching over the other girl. You could say that. We've been out here for a while, since the sun went down." "That was a while ago," the driver noted. Kazuma took his coat off and handed it to the redhead. "Here." She looked at him in surprise for a moment, but quickly accepted it and put it over the other girl. "Thanks a lot," she said, looking up at him. He waved it off. "I can take a little bit of water," he said. "I seem to remember you saying something to that effect earlier." The driver snorted. The brunette idly scratched his head. "How much longer till we get there?" the redhead asked. "Shouldn't be long now. We're almost there, I think," Kimishima responded. "Hey!" Kazuma turned around and looked at her from his chair. "What are your names?" "Hey!" "Oh, I'm Sodom Ranma, and this is Tendu Nabiki," she said, motioning her unconscious companion. "Sorry about all this." "No, it's cool," he nodded. "I'm Kazuma, and this is Kuninako Kimishima." "Nice to meet ya," Ranma replied. "H," he shouted out as the car sped over a huge bump in the road. "Kimishima, you idiot." "Ah, sorry about that. I can't see the road very well." The driver laughed nervously as he turned the key, turning his car off. "But we're here, so come on." Ranma looked up as the two guys got out and saw a rickety building covered in vines and other various forms of plant life, and a fairly large tree off to the side. Some of the windows on the second story were quite broken, and Ranma could imagine how flooded those rooms would be if it wasn't for the wooden boards that covered them from the inside. The redhead lifted the older girl up out of the vehicle and leapt out, following the two young men into the building. Once inside, she was able to see that the place had the look of a health clinic. The first room was obviously a waiting room. It had a whiteboard that was written on, and several old, dusty-looking pictures hung up on the walls. There were several doors that led further into the clinic, but Ranma didn't know which one led to a place where they could care for Nabiki. "Where's the doctor, anyway?" Ranma asked as she looked around frantically. "Hey! Is there someone in, doctor?" Kazuma looked over at his friend in confusion as the other man took off his heavy coat, and a somewhat less heavy dark green coat underneath to reveal an orange shirt. "Oh, damn, Kimishima looked at the red-haired girl sheepishly. My friend lives here. There isn't really a doctor here. What? Oh, where can we find a doctor? She asked. Kimishima looked surprised. You'd have to go to the city for that, and it's way too far away. There's medical supplies and stuff here. Oh, so we should be able to treat her. Kazuko-kun. The three of them looked to the side and saw a small girl poking her head out of one of the doors. You're back. She joined them in the room and finally noticed Ranma. Kazuko-kun, who's this? Ranma took in the small child's appearance. The orange long-sleeved shirt that was too big and it had to be folded up, a gray skirt that stopped at her knees, long orange socks and some worn orange and white sneakers. She had incredibly long light brown hair that was done up in a ponytail with a pink ribbon, and Ranma found herself wondering if it had ever been cut in the child's life. This is Kamar. The brunette trailed off and Ranma frowned. I had the decency to remember your name, the redhead said somewhat irritatedly. Kazuma. I remember your name, the boy snapped. It was a Kamarana, or something, Ranma, the girl corrected. But that's not important. My friend. She looked down at the small child, distraught. Is there anyone around who can help? She collapsed in the storm. We need to warm her up, the girl insisted, walking through the doorway that led to the stairs. Come on, she called to the redhead. You two guys stay down here. Okay. Kazuma blinked and Kimishima sighed as he walked over to a cushioned bench and sat on it. The cushions were quite raggedy with age and it had numerous tears and holes, but it was good enough for him. Upstairs, the two girls carried Nabiki into a room, where they laid Nabiki on a tattered bed beneath a window. The window had been boarded up, and the only light source in the room was the dingy-looking light bulb that hung from the ceiling by a wire. Ranma quickly noticed that the walls had a few holes in some places. The whole place looked like it hadn't seen maintenance in years, if not decades. It had a desolate, rustic feeling to it. You live here alone with those two guys? Ranma asked as the small girl walked into the room holding several towels. What are those for? I only live with Kazuko-kun, and he's usually only here at the end of the day. The girl sighed. We need to get her out of those clothes and dry her off before we can effectively help her. Oh, right. Ranma said dumbly as she accepted the towel. She stared at the thing blankly as those words replayed through her mind. Listen, I don't think it would be a good idea if I helped her undress, Ranma said nervously as she turned to look at the other girl. The brown-haired child gave her a look of confusion. It's complicated. Ranma blushed and the small girl shrugged. Come on, okay. The girl said with a look that indicated she didn't understand. Then would you just prefer to watch? Actually, Ranma chuckled. Okay. Then why don't you turn around while I get to work? Yeah. Ranma nodded and did just that. She started fidgeting nervously, as she soon became vastly aware that a teenager who was actually much closer to being a fully grown woman than a girl was being undressed in her vicinity. "So, what's your name?" "Kanamayuda," the girl said simply as she worked. "Yours is just Ranma." "Ranma Sodom," the girl corrected. "Her name is Nabiki Tendu, and I have another friend who might show up soon." "How old are you?" "Again?" "I single quote and comma 8. Ranma frowned. It sounded as if she was genuinely unsure. "And you live alone with that Kazuma guy?" She whistled. "Must be rough. Things worked out for us." "It's much better than before," the girl said. "Huh? Before?" Ranma turned around and her eyes widened before she snapped back to face the other direction. The Tendu girl had been almost completely nude at the moment, and was only clothed in her panties, which Ranma had been quick to note were a bit less conservative than she'd have cared to know. "Towels, please," the younger girl said suddenly as Ranma hastily tried to clear her mind. Ranma complied by shutting her eyes and turning, handing the dry towels she'd been holding to the small child. As soon as they were taken, she stiffly turned back around, and after a few more minutes the girl announced that she was done. "You can turn around now," she said. Ranma did so and noted with relief that Nabiki was under a warm blanket with her head on a pillow. "Do you have any other clothes for her to wear? She will need some more when she wakes up. These are wet and the weather isn't suitable to hang anything out right now." "Oh." Ranma looked at the clothes, a pair of khaki-colored shorts and a black shirt. They were soaked and torn, as were her undergarments. Ranma blushed again upon spotting those and would definitely not be suitable to be worn again. I don't suppose there's anything that Kazuma guy has." She looked over at Nabiki and then frowned. "Then again, I don't know if she could wear that. Kazuko-kun's clothes might not fit her right," the girl said with a frown. "Her chest is too big. He wears weird stuff too. Yeah, I guess they might come a stretch, the fabric. Anyway," Ranma said, trying to think of something else in a hurry. "There's nothing." "Oh? Well, there might be." The girl had a thoughtful look on her face for a few seconds before she seemed to realize something. "I'll be right back. I know where some clothes are," she said as she walked away. Ranma looked down at herself and noticed the various rips and tears in her own clothes, before scowling. "This was my favorite shirt, too." She suddenly remembered how they had gotten there, which was what had led to their clothes being torn in the first place. "That's right. Now that we've found civilization, we should find out where we are and try to go back to Nerima." Kanamai suddenly walked back into the room carrying a box bigger than herself. The top flaps had been torn off, and Ranma could see that inside were a lot of folded up clothes. She glanced at the small girl, noticing the small muscles on her arms for the first time before looking down at the box. "That's gotta weigh a lot for a little girl. Wonder if she works out," she thought, looking the girl over as she set the box down next to the bed. "She should be able to pick something from inside here." Kaname said with a smile. Ranma looked in and noticed that the clothes looked fairly old and dingy, but they weren't in too bad of a shape. She noticed a maroon t-shirt and black pants, then smirked and took them out for herself. The pants were jeans, she noticed, but that wasn't too bad. They weren't as maneuverable as her old kung fu pants, but they would do. At least I don't have to change my color scheme. She found a pair of boxers her size easily enough, and looked down at Kaname. Is there somewhere I can change? This stuff is wet and torn up, Ranma said. I'm surprised those guys downstairs weren't ogling me, she muttered. Sure, there's a bathroom just over here, the girl said as she led her out of the room and into a hallway. At the end of the hallway that was furthest from them was the top of the stairs. Between their end of the hallway and its opposite, there were two doors on Ranma's right. The third door to her immediate right was the one they had just come out of. Kaname led the way to the last door and opened it to reveal a large bathroom that looked the same as in every other clinic. Ranma thanked her before she walked into the room and turned on the light as the door shut. She tried to turn the hot water on, but all she got was cold water from each side. She growled and looked down at the Western-style toilet with a frown. I hate doing this as a girl, she mumbled. After she relieved herself, she washed her hands in the cold water with some watered-down soap from the old, shoddy dispenser on the wall and changed her clothes. The red shirt fit loosely and hung below her waist, which was good because it would probably also fit her male form, and the black jeans were a little longer than they should have been, which also would probably be fixed with her male form. The waist was a bit wider than she'd thought as well, but once she zipped them up and fastened the button they didn't fall past her hips. She frowned as she looked down at her hips disdainfully, although they were definitely attractive and full for tricking guys into giving her things. They had no place being on her body. She sighed and looked through her old silk shirt and black pants. They were damaged beyond repair that she could now easily see since she was no longer wearing them. I wonder where this little guy came from. Kaneshima was held up a small black piglet that had a bandana tied around its neck. I think it was with Ranma, Kazuma said absently. He was leaning against a wall with his hands folded up behind his head as he waited. Kaname knows how to skin a pig, doesn't she? Kaneshima asked as he held the pig up. The thing immediately started squirming in his hands and leapt to the ground. Yeah, the brunette said as he watched it. The pig was watching both of them warily with an awareness that Kaneshima felt looked wrong on an edible creature. Seconds later, Kaname and Ranma descended from the stairs and walked out into the waiting room. Kazuma and Kaneshima both looked up at the two girls who were at the end of their own conversation. Kana'll be just fine. It looks like she was only exhausted, the child said as she stopped inside the room. Ranma was visibly relieved. That's good. I'll watch her just in case, the younger girl said as she went back upstairs. Ranma nodded, then looked over at the piglet, and as soon as it noticed her it flew at her with a single leap. She blinked and snatched it out of the air by reflex, and held it up by the bandana. "Man, that is one agile pig," Kazuma said as he rubbed his head. "Where the heck did you get it anyway? Did you steal it or something, Ranma?" "Ranma," the girl corrected with a frown. "And no, I didn't steal him. He's an old friend. It's complicated and I won't get into it unless I have to, but anyone who hurts him has to answer to me," she said. "Damn, that means no pork tonight." Kimishima frowned at that. "Well then, Ranma-san, would you mind telling us more about yourself?" "Oh? Sure, why not? I'm from the Nerima district, specifically Furinkan. I'm the heir to the anything-goes style of martial arts." "Really? Wow." Kazuma had a look of awe about him as he stared up at her. "Where's Nerima again?" "Why, you don't know?" Ranma stared at him with a look of surprise. "I'd never heard of it, either," Kazuma said with a far-off look. "It sure isn't a part of the Lost Ground, or I'd know where it was," Kimishima said as he looked up at Ranma from his position on the bench. "I guess we're really lost." Ranma frowned as she looked down at the pig. "This wouldn't happen to be your fault, would it?" The pig gave a seemingly indignant snort at that and Ranma rolled her eyes. "So, you're lost here in the Lost Ground, eh?" Kazuma asked with a smirk. "The Lost Ground," Ranma repeated, frowning. "I've never heard of that. What is this, America?" Both Kimishima and Kazuma stared at her. "Never heard of it? You serious?" Ranma looked at Kazuma, who'd spoken up. "Well, I guess you could say I never really paid attention in class or anything. I used to travel a lot, but still, I've never heard of this place." "I see," Kimishima said with a smirk. "Class, So you're a schoolgirl, and that means you're from a city. Since you've never heard of the Lost Ground, I can safely assume you're not from around here. We could get a reward for taking this girl home." He turned away and narrowed his eyes. "I'm sure some city people would pay a lot for a lost child, even if she is a runaway or something. All I need to do is find out where this Nerima place is, and we're in business. Until then, it'd be best if she stayed where I could keep an eye on her, He looked at Kazuma out of the corner of his eyes, and the other teen blinked as he noticed. "Kazuma, could I talk to you real fast?" Sure," Kazuma said, as they both stood up. "We'll only be a minute," Kimishima said with a smile as Ranma gave them a questioning look. The two walked over through one of the clinic doors and Ranma shrugged. She walked back up the stairs and down the hall to the room where Nabiki was being kept. As she entered the room, she noticed the other girl was still lying in the bed, apparently asleep, with the young child watching over her from an old metal chair. Kanamai turned her head as Ranma entered the room and looked up at her. "Your friends should be waking up soon, I think," Kanamai said with a smile. Yeah." Ranma grabbed another chair and sat beside the girl as she set P-chan down on the ground beside them. "You said earlier that you lived alone with Kazuma, right?" Ranma asked the younger girl as she looked down at her. At the girl's nod, she continued. Why? Where are your parents? She asked, confused. The girl's cheerful expression faded at that and she looked away. Oh man, I'm sorry, Ranma said, realizing almost immediately what it meant. Man, that's gotta suck. It's been so long since I last saw them, I can hardly remember their faces. Kanamai said with a wistful smile. All I can remember is an emotion. An emotion? Ranma asked. I don't know how to explain it. I see, Ranma said with a nod. Kazuma makes me feel the same way, although he's more like a big brother. Oh yeah, Ranma started. Now that you say that, how did you run into him? We met on a rainy day, just like this one. Kazuma grinned at his most prominent business partner as the two stood in one of the clinic's empty rooms. So all I have to do is offer to put them up, he began. Kimishima nodded excitedly. Come while you look for a way to get them home. Kimishima nodded excitedly again. And once the city gets them, we'll have money growing off of trees. He finished, with Kimishima nodding even more enthusiastically. Kazuma's grin faded and was replaced by a skeptical look. It'll never work. Kimishima's jaw dropped and he stared at his partner in confusion. What do you mean it'll never work? Kimishima demanded. It's foolproof. I can already think of so many ways that it all goes wrong and blows up in our faces, Kazuma said with a sigh as he walked away. They could be alter criminals. Or even worse, we could get charged with kidnapping them, and then I'll be an alter criminal. I don't want to get involved with Holy, Kimishima. Those guys are nothing but trouble. Come on, Kazuma. In the first case, we'll be heroes for turning them in, and in the second one, they could convince them that we didn't kidnap them. Not if they don't like us, they won't. And like I said, I won't get involved with Holy, whether it's turning in criminals or becoming one myself. Kazuma said, turning to look at his partner with a frown. What am I supposed to do about Kanamai if something happens to me? She's just a little girl. I can't just leave her alone and play around with those holy bastards. Not unless they throw the first punch. Kazuma added the last part on a whim. Oh come on, Kazuma, my plans always work. Yeah, right, Kazuma snorted. And my right arm is made of glass. Just give me a week, Kazuma. A week, and then you can kick them out. But just give me that. Kimishima, Kazuma sighed and shook his head. Fine. Whatever. You get 7 days. All right. You won't be disappointed, Kazuma. The brunette rolled his eyes and walked out of the room. Now then, all I have to do is a little investigating. Nerima, HMM. Sounds familiar. Maybe it's one of the more prominent cities. Oh man, this is really gonna turn a profit. You just watch, Kazuma. We'll have our pockets lined with money before the week's over. Kazuma just shook his head with an exasperated sigh. Upstairs, Kazuma leaned on a doorsill with his arms crossed. Both Kanamai and Ranma were sitting up, watching the other girl sleep. Yo, he said. Both girls turned to look at him and he waved with one hand. Hey, Ranma, Ranma said with a frown. Ranma, Kazuma said, frowning as well, but at himself. I'm starting to sound like Cougar, he muttered to himself. Anyway, Ranma, I just wanted to tell you, our place is open for as long as you need to stay. My friend said he'd look into that place called Nerima for you, but I'm not sure what he'll find. Thanks. Ranma smiled gratefully at the other boy, who looked away and shrugged. Snotten. Kazakun, Kanamai looked up at her older brother figure with a smile on her face. Didn't I tell you not to call me that? He started with a groan. Kazakun, I figured you'd kick them out as soon as it stopped raining, she said. I'm sorry I thought so low of you. I was wrong. Kazuma felt a vein pop somewhere and turned around further before coughing. Ahem. Yeah, well, it's almost bedtime, Kanamai. Go get ready. And with that, he walked away, leaving the two girls alone. Don't let us keep you up, Ranma said tiredly. She knew it was late, but she couldn't see anything resembling a clock in the room they were in. I'll see you in the morning then, Sodom-san, the girl said brightly, although Ranma could see the tiredness in her eyes. Please don't call me that, just Ranma is fine, the redhead said, slightly embarrassed. Oh man, if we do act you end up staying here for a while, I'm gonna have to end up showing them, she thought. Okay then. Good night, Ranma-chan, Kanamai said, just as brightly as before, while she walked out through the door. Ranma's face twitched and she chuckled to herself. Oh, the irony. She sat in her chair and looked down at P-chan, who was, unsurprisingly, already asleep, and sighed deeply. Oh boy, GRAY Skies Part 1, and Chapter 2 somewhere, sometime in Rima, Tokyo. Thursday, November 2nd. 1989, no. Ranma. Akan slammed her fists on the asphalt in a futile attempt to get at her fiancé and sister. Ha 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 ha, they are long gone, you fool. Gosankuji laughed as the girls started crying. Their bodies were shredded apart by the centrifugal forces of the vortex. Ha, vile creature, Kuno spat out. With the righteous blade of Clan Kuno, I shall end you. He took his book by the hilt and pulled on it as if unsheathing a natural katana, and to both Gosankuji and Akan's great surprise, he did just that. A silver blade glowed with a bright, white light, and the very air around it hummed softly. HMPH, a simple magical blade will not be enough to defeat me, the possessed sorcerer spat out. You will perish as easily as your friends did. I can tend to, Kuno said. I would ask you to leave this to me and get to safety. But to do so at this point would be denying you your revenge. Akan looked up at the samurai wanted as tears coursed down her face. We cannot afford to hold ourselves in check. That creature is not the boy we knew any longer. I fear that his essence has been eroded away so that the true monster can take his body. Akan slowly stood up and nodded at that. You're right, she said as she shockily stood up to face the monster. He has to be destroyed. Kuno nodded at that, satisfied that they had an understanding, and both turned to face the floating monster. You are deluding yourselves. If Sodom could not defeat me, then the two of you, who are merely fodder compared to him, had no hope of survival. This is no contest. The Kuno clan blade was forged especially to defeat evils such as yours. The boy spat as his blade's silver ore grew brighter. Tagati, Gregan. Both Akan and Kuno charged as one, Kuno with his blade held back, and Akan a glowing bonfire of sickly green energy. Kuno swung upwards with his sword, releasing a white wave of energy that shot at the demon. The monster snorted and held up a hand, summoning a black portal that swallowed the attack as it had Ranma's, before vanishing. With another gesture, the second, larger portal appeared. HMPH, fool. The Kuno clan blade cannot be destroyed by its own power. Kuno calmly held up his sword, and as the incredibly large crescent of energy flew at them, his sword absorbed it, and its sword grew visibly larger, the blade growing to match his own height. Insolent mortal! You were planning that! The creature screamed in anger. I will eradicate you! Abominable devil! Your death was assured the moment you took up arms against me. Kuno declared as Akan leapt up at the monster, her fist glowing with green and purple energy. Gosankuji, or what was left of him, looked up at her in surprise as she hovered in the air just over him for a moment. Die! She shrieked as she slammed her fist into its face, sending it flying down into the ground almost Mach speed. The monster crashed into the street, crushing the pavement beneath him as he dug a crater. The sorrow-powered girl fell back down to the ground with a look of absolute hatred on her face, and a steady stream of tears flowing down her cheeks. Gosankuji growled and stood up, apparently unhurt by the ordeal. The red book had followed him down to the ground and remained connected by its red tendril. I underestimated you pests, but no more, the monster spat as it raised a hand. Large chunks of concrete and asphalt broke off of the street and flew at both Kuno and Akan with the intent to crush them both, but the martial artists dodged. He raised his other hand and Akan barely dodged the lightning bolt that followed. Without pause, the demon raised both arms into the air and both were covered in swirling fire. He lowered them and pointed at the sword-wielding teen, shooting off an intense, concentrated stream of fire at him. Kuno jumped to the side, and started running when he realized that the dark creature was still pumping the beam with energy and following him with the attack. As he ran, Akan noticed the ground where the beam of fire had hit was a bright, red-orange color, and that the asphalt around it was melting. That would have vaporized Kuno, she realized with dread. Finally, the demon stopped as it realized it would not hit them with such a slow-moving attack and snarled at them. Insolent humans, brace yourselves for ultimate power. he bellowed as he was suddenly surrounded by a corona of black energy. Disclaimer: none of the series, characters, or locations mentioned in this story are owned by the author of this story unless stated otherwise. Gray Skies CHA page TR2. Somewhere, sometime as Nabiki slowly woke, she found herself in a strange bed, in a strange room, with Sodom sleeping in a chair, facing her. She quickly noticed her state of dress, and was already mentally calculating how much money the pig-tailed wonder owed her for whatever jollies he'd gotten out of looking at her. Then, the previous day came back to her all at once in a flash. Gosankuji, a hellish blue world, some odd wilderness, biting wet coldness. It was then that Nabiki realized that Ranma had probably saved her life. She knew enough about first aid to know that people suffering from hypothermia, which it might have looked like to Ranma, needed to be warmed up and insulated. Her clothes, wet and cold as they were, would have been counterproductive to getting her body temperature back to normal, and Ranma had undressed her out of necessity to save her. As she looked around, she was able to see that they were in some sort of run-down building. The walls had a few holes that no one even bothered to cover up, the window was boarded up, and the only light bulb in the room was hanging from the ceiling by its wire. There was nothing to cover it either, so anyone reaching up high enough would have been able to get the bulb out with minimal effort. She noticed a large cardboard box next to Ranma, filled to the brim with clothes. A quick glance at the red-haired girl told her that she was wearing clothes that had come out of the box. The 10 new girls snorted at her choice of clothing. It was the same color scheme as before, and very unoriginal. The teen slowly sat up as she realized that Ranma wasn't going to wake up all of a sudden. An evil smirk settled on her face as she toyed with the idea of getting up and getting dressed without sending the Neo girl out of the room. In the end, she'd decided to do just that. She took her time through the ordeal, at first looking for her own clothes, only to be disappointed when she found them and realized they would not function well enough at all, and then when going through the box to look for something that would work for her. Most of the clothes, she'd noticed, were new, with the tags and stickers still on them. The box had been labeled Hurricane Relief, but she could not remember any recent major hurricanes or typhoons. Both had been done with a permanent marker. Most of the ink had long since faded out, which told her it had to have been old. None of the clothes resembled anything she could recognize from recent fashion. They were all fairly plain. None of them had any elaborate company designs or expensive logos. Most of the pants were casual jeans and skirts, and the shirts were all incredibly conservative. The undergarments were at the bottom of the box, she noticed, and just as conservative as the other clothes. She settled on a simple white t-shirt and some slightly oversized blue jeans with a size. She'd have to get something else as soon as possible. The only pants that could be called shorts weren't at all like what she usually wore and went all the way down to her shins. They looked incredibly awkward and she wasn't even going to try wearing them. As she checked the big-tailed martial artist before leaving the room, she realized that the red-headed hag slept through it all, instead of waking up and being incredibly embarrassed as per the plan. Slightly annoyed, the girl took Ranma's hair tie out of the sleeping teen's hair and put it in her pocket. From what she knew, Ranma couldn't turn back into a male without it or he'd go bald. She didn't really stop to think about how long it had been since he'd had the dragon's whisker soup at this point. And decided to explore whatever dump the oaf had found. There was a hallway just outside the room, and at the end of the hall she could see the top of some stairs. As she looked into the first rooms she came across, however, she was surprised when she heard the sound of a door shutting in the distance. A quick glance in the direction she'd heard it from told her that it had come from downstairs. Her mind went into overdrive as she started to consider possible situations. Ranma might have found an oft-used abandoned shelter, or been taken in by someone else already using the place. As she noiselessly crept down the stairs to get a look at whoever else was in there, she was surprised at the sight of a little girl standing at the base of the stairs with her back turned. The child was staring off into space with her hands at her sides, and as Nabiki peered closer she noticed there was a rainbow-colored aura surrounding the girl like a second skin. It was very thin and hardly noticeable, but definitely there. Deciding not to think much of it, she cleared her throat, which startled the child and caused her to turn around. "Excuse me, but can you tell me where we are?" Nabiki asked as she crossed her arms. "I noticed that this place isn't exactly up to date on maintenance, and I don't think anything like it would be found in the middle of a big district or anything." The child blinked at her. "Oh, you're Ranma-chan's friend," the girl said as if suddenly realizing something. Well, this place is called the Lost Ground." She tilted her head to the side. "I'm not sure what you mean when you say district." "Oh," the girl said, sounding a little lost. "Sorry, I see." Nabiki sighed. Apparently they were in some rural community that had probably once been connected to society. I doubt she'll know where Nerima is either. At least we're still in Japan. I can't think of any other countries where everything is marked in Japanese. She thought sourly. When we get back to Nerima, go Sankuji will pay. Just have to figure out how much. She looked over at the little girl again. Say, little girl, can you tell me what prefecture we're in? At least, Ranma asked. Prefecture? The girl asked. I guess you could call it the Kanakama Kawakama. I forgot, but no one has called the Lost Ground a prefecture for years. She tilted her head the other way. I'm not sure. Ugh. Nabiki closed her eyes, miffed at the quality of education kids got on the countryside. Okay, sure. Thanks, little girl, she said. My name is Kanamayuda, the girl said with a slightly put-off look. Ranma-chan told me your name last night, but I think I forgot it. She looked apologetic at that point. Ranma-chan, listen, when she wakes up, tell her I want to speak with her and Ryouga, she said. She paused for a moment and then looked at the girl again. "Do you have a telephone I can use?" "Telephone?" The girl had a blank look on her face as she considered the word. "Never mind," Nabiki said, shaking her head. "Man, definition of country bumpkin." Ranma blinked several times as she slowly regained her senses. There was an irritating, cold and somewhat itchy sensation on the side of her mouth that she immediately recognized as partially dried up drool. She slowly sat up and wiped her mouth off as she looked around in confusion. "I must have fallen asleep. Oh well, she still hasn't." Ranma looked down and noticed that Nabiki was not present in the bed. "Come on, Ranma-chan, are you awake yet?" Ranma instantly recognized the young girl's voice from the night before and turned around, looking at the door. "Oh, hey there, come on, Ranma-chan, your hair is all messed up. You might want to go look in the mirror," the younger girl said. "Breakfast should be ready in half an hour. Your friend is already awake and waiting for you, and someone called Ryouga downstairs." "Oh, thanks," Ranma called back as the girl left. "Wait, so Nabiki woke up? That means..." Ranma recalled the girl's state as she had been put in bed and her face turned red. Taco's Ina Fung, cologne wearing a bikini gahhhhhhh. Why did I do that? Ranma cringed. She looked down at the sleeping piglet by her feet and sighed. "It's time to wake up, Ryouga." She kicked the thing harshly and was rewarded with a surprised, indignant squeal. "Come on, it's time for breakfast." She reached down and grabbed the pig, holding it level with her face, and licking her lips. The pig quickly woke up at the mention of breakfast and what she was doing with her mouth and immediately began to struggle and squirm in her grasp. "Yup, bacon and sausage, with a side of ham." The piglet squealed and tried to escape, but she snorted. "Oh, cut it out, I'm only kidding." She laughed as it glared at her and she walked out of the room. Ranma stared at the mirror with a frown on her face. Her hair was a complete mess, with odd ends pointing out every which way. It looked like Nabiki had thought it might be funny to take her hair out its pigtail. Ranma shrugged. It wasn't a big deal since it wasn't like she needed the dragon's whisker, and that had been the only reason she'd worn her hair in a braid anyway. It would be nice to go around without it for once, but she was attached to the braid and would probably put it back in later. It did serve to keep her hair out of the way in a fight, so there was a practical usage too. Maybe a ponytail? None. She looked down at the pig on the ground and noticed it was staring at her impatiently. "Oh yeah, hot water." She turned the water faucet on, and was relieved when the water temperature slowly rose to a fairly warm temperature. Before splashing herself, she looked in the mirror and frowned. This would be awkward. I'd hate to explain something like this if we're going to leave right away." The girl looked down at the pig, who was staring back up at her in apparent confusion. "Although they're waiting for you to show up, it would be weird if you were already in the house." Her eyes lit up and she nodded to herself. "If I leave you at the door, Can you promise not to try and go anywhere? Just knock on the door after I go back inside, Ranma said as she looked down at him. Understanding dawned on the small animal and it nodded back at her. Right, I'll try and find you something to wear. The pig looked confused again, and she could tell she had to explain. Our clothes are torn up beyond belief, Porky. There's no way they can be saved now. I think I saw something you might like. Oh. There was a pink shirt in there for a minnow. You little. As soon as she had started on about the pink shirt, the thing bit her ankle. I was only joking, you idiot. The pig gave her a look that could have been interpreted as, yeah right. Geez, wait here you little bastard. Nabiki sat in a chair that had controls on the side, and could rotate, raise, lower, and lean in different directions. It was obviously a holdover from when the clinic was operational. She had one leg crossed over the other, both arms crossed over her chest, and a pensive frown on her face. Although the place figuratively reeked of disuse and neglect, it was fairly clean, and it had been fashioned into a quaint little home. Although it was slightly unnerving to have vines coming out of the air vent, and a tree growing inside the room she was in, the only person Nabiki had seen all morning was the little girl, and she hadn't asked about that yet. Ranma walked into the room with most of the tangles brushed out of her hair, and looked at the other girl with a frown. "Why'd you take my string?" she asked. Nabiki smirked at that. "No reason," she shrugged. "Can I have it back then?" the redhead asked, holding out a hand expectantly. "Sure, later," the older girl said offhandedly. "For now, where's Ryouga?" "He's right outside. I switched him back and dropped him at the door so we wouldn't have to explain anything," the girl laughed. "We should be getting ready to leave. Why are you just sitting around?" "Leave? No, we're staying here," the other girl said. "What?" Ranma recoiled. "Why? We don't even know where we are," Nabiki reminded her, gesturing the whole building with her arms. "The smartest thing to do would be take that kid up on her hospitality as long as possible. We're going to need to find out where the nearest major city is, go there, and then somehow get to Nerima. We might even be on another island, for all we know." "Well sure, but if we don't find anything, we can come back," Ranma pointed out. "Then I'll stay here," Nabiki said, crossing her arms, "while you guys search for a way out of this place." Ranma sighed. "But that would just take longer," he said. "We'd have to come back for you if we found a lead. From where I stand, that makes it easier," Nabiki drawled. "I'm not super fit like you guys. I'd slow you down. You can cover more ground." Ranma frowned. She had a point. "Anyway, we're going to need money," Nabiki said. "You guys might be able to swim home, but I can't. Never mind drowning from exhaustion, I can't fight off sharks or the like. So if we are on another island, I'd need to get enough money to fly home, which goes Sanku's you will reimburse me for in full. Now, I could get that on my own from bank accounts, but it won't be easy without the proper identification, and would still end up taking a while. Our families could wire us money, too, but that might not be easy either. Ranma frowned at that. Well, okay. I guess we'll stay here. But you know how hard that'll be for Ryouga. Ryouga travels all the time. As soon as he gets something approaching a travel pack, he'll be fine on his own. He might even make it back to Nerima before us the way he goes around. Yeah, Ranma sighed. Whatever. That guy did say we could stay here for as long as we needed. Guy? Nabiki asked. What guy? Kazuma. Didn't you meet him already? Ranma asked with a raised eyebrow. No. I didn't see anyone but the girl. Oh, well, he must already be out looking for information then. The redhead said. He said he would last night. There was a loud banging sound far off and both girls turned and blinked. Must be Ryouga. Ranma turned around and walked out of the room into the foyer in time to see Kanama open the door and look up at the strange boy wearing a bandana. He was wearing a black t-shirt and black jeans. As he looked down at the girl, he blinked a few times. Oh, is there someone called Ranma here? He asked nervously. I've been looking for her all night. Oh yes, come in. You must be her friend, the girl said. Ryouga didn't answer that, instead settling for silence as he followed the girl into the clinic. She's just upstairs. The girl blinked as she noticed Ranma standing at one of the other doors. Oh, there's she. Good morning, Ranma-chan. The girl said pleasantly. You look better. Oh, yeah, thanks, Ranma said. She looked at Ryouga and sighed. Now that it was looking like they'd stay, her plans to stay a girl and not explain Ryuga's curse had gone to waste, and looked to be doing more harm than not. Kanamai-chan, I was talking with Nabiki, and she said that we would take up Kazuma's offer. Oh, you will? The girl smiled. That's good. It's always good to have more people around the house to help out. Ranma blinked and turned around, giving Nabiki a very blunt, if brief, look, before turning back to look at Kanamai. Yeah, help out. Say, did Kazuma already leave? She asked. Yes, Kimishima-san came early and picked him up. They're always gone this early, and tend to not get back until late at night, the girl sighed. They did say they would be looking for information on Nerima this time. Oh, so maybe they're being full for once. Being full for once? Ranma asked curiously. I'll explain it while we eat. Breakfast is almost ready, the younger girl promised. Okay, Ranma nodded and turned back around to go into the room. Ryouga followed her wordlessly, and the two looked at Nabiki. You heard that, Nabiki? She thinks you're going to be full around the house, Ranma said cheerfully. I've done chores before, Sodom. Nabiki said, raising an eyebrow. I'll be lenient this time, and let that slide, she said as she leaned back into the chair more. If anything, I seem to recall the ones who never did any chores at my house. Hey, I helped out. A little. Ranma muttered the last bit. She said breakfast is almost ready. Let's go eat, she said as she turned around and walked out of the room. Nabiki looked in confusion at the food that was set on the western table before them. It was a completely western arrangement. There were 2 over-easy eggs on each plate, 2 strips of bacon, and fried potatoes. Both Ranma and Ryouga took it in stride, although the lost boy didn't eat his bacon and it was lost to Ranma, but it struck the young woman as odd that in such a rural Japanese community they would eat such blatantly Western-style food. She slowly began to eat it, deciding not to waste it or let it get cold. Something is definitely strange about this place, she thought. This isn't bad. Not as good as Kasumi, but far better than anything Akan's ever made. When they finished eating, it was Ranma who spoke first. That was good, Kanamai-chan, she started. Where did you learn to cook? Did Kazuma teach you? The younger girl giggled and shook her head as she gathered the dishes. The women at the farm all taught me what I know. Farm? Ranma asked. Kanamai nodded. In the day, I go there and help out with the chores, and in return they give us food. 'Cause the cook does work, but it doesn't get him paid much. He's so lazy, she sighed. How old is this Kazuma guy? Nabiki asked. Kazuko is 16. Nabiki nodded and silently contemplated it. Most guys that age can't find really good high-paying jobs, but you'd think around here he'd be helping on the farm like her. She shook her head and looked at the girl again. So, when do you go to this farm? Nabiki asked. Usually after breakfast, and they let me go home in the afternoon, the girl said. But Kazuko usually gets home late, so we almost never play together anymore. A lonely look had crept onto the girl's face as she talked. The 3 teens shared an uncomfortable look as the girl stood up and walked over to the sink, and began to wash the dishes. Why don't you let me handle that? Ranma said as she stood up. Ranma, don't you have water allergies or something? Nabiki asked as she did the same. I can spare a few minutes of my time to take care of some plates. Ranma and Ryouga gawked at her, and she scowled at that. What? Do I have something on my face? Oh, no, nothing. Ranma looked away, and Ryouga looked everywhere but at her as he whistled noisily. Nabiki rolled her eyes and moved over to take over for the small child. Thank you, Kanamai said gratefully as she watched the older girl work. Oh no, it's no problem, Nabiki muttered without much sincerity. So, Kanamai went back over to the table and sat down again. I've told you about me. What about you guys? Where are you from? What do you do? She asked curiously. Ryouga and I practice martial arts, Ranma said casually. That's right, you haven't said much, Kanamai said as she looked wantedly at Ryouga. Ryouga blinked when he realized she was right, and purposely clenched his mouth shut as they locked eyes in a battle of wills. They stayed like that for a good minute, until he finally blinked. And Kanamai cheered. "I'm Ryouga," he said. "I like to travel." Ranma and Nabiki snorted at that, and the boy grit his teeth. "I'm a better martial artist than Ranma." Ranma snorted. "Hey Nabiki, what odds do you give me beating Porky here in a fair fight?" she asked. 3-1, Nabiki said without missing a beat. "What?" Ryouga demanded, looking at Nabiki indignantly. "You haven't been away on some kind of whacked-out training journey or learned anything new recently, so those are the odds," the other teen said with a shrug. "Oh, come on now, let's not fight," Kanamai said with a smile on her face. "If Ryuga-kun thinks he's better, then he thinks he's better." Ranma snorted and crossed her arms. "Don't be immature now, you two." "I'm not immature. I just don't like when Ryuga tries to tell lies like that," Ranma snorted. "So misleading, the scoundrel." "Who's lying?" the fanged boy asked dangerously, as he sat straight up. "You are, bacon bits." "Come on, you two," Kanamai said nervously. "Don't do that here, you idiots," Nabiki said as she walked back over to the table, drying her hands off with a towel. "This place isn't used to what you two can throw around." "HMPH," Ranma said as she allowed the tension to diffuse. "Well then, Kanamai-chan, you said you go to a farm after you eat." "Oh yes, that's right," the girl said as she looked around. "It must be late, they'll wonder about me." "We'll go with you," Ranma told her. "Then we can explain why." Nabiki suddenly looked ill. "Be a farmhand?" "No way," she shuddered. "Just think of the smell." She coughed and closed her eyes, then looked over at the little girl. "Kanamai-chan, is there anything that needs to be done around here?" "Actually, since we're not here for much, it doesn't get that messed up," Kanamai said. "If you don't want to come, I understand. It's hard work, and you don't look like you're used to it." Nabiki blinked. "Oh, really? Yeah, thank you, HMPH, Ryuga snorted. "Well, you don't need to worry about us. Ranma and I will definitely help you out." "Damn straight," the redhead said with a nod. "Nabiki can do whatever she wants. We'll be better off without her." The middle Tendu girl rolled her eyes as the others stood up. "It's not a big deal," Kanamai said with a smile. "Let's go, then," Ryuga said as he started walking towards one of the doors. "The exit's not that way," Kanamai said as he stopped at the door. She walked to the only other door in the room. "We can get out through here, there's a back door." The girl opened it and walked out, with the two teens right behind her. Ranma shut the door behind herself noisily. Nabiki, with the frown still on her face, walked out of the kitchen. Not far from the clinic, Ranma and Ryuga took in the scenery as they walked along the dirt path with Kanamai leading the way. The road was lined with plains on either side, and Ranma found herself wondering where they were going. "Say, Kanamai-chan, why didn't we use the street in front of your house?" the redhead asked. "Oh, it's faster to go this way. Look, "We're almost there," the girl said cheerfully as she plunged into the distance. As they crested over a hill, both teens looked up and noticed that there was indeed a farm in the distance, with a large fenced-up area that kept animals from escaping. They could also see a number of people in the distance. "Oh!" Nabiki stood in the room where she'd been sitting earlier in the medical chair. There were several things she'd been noticing all around the clinic that she could tell had gone unused for years. Tons of boxes had been packed, and there was nothing here that she could tell was expensive or for entertainment or comfort. There were several bookstands, but they were all covered in dust with only a few books on their shelves. No televisions, no radios, or anything else of the sort. It looked for the most part like someone had been getting ready to move out, and then left their things behind. The first box she checked out contained more clothes. The second and third ones were full of medical books, and the one after those was halfway full with maps and technical books. After resolving to look at the maps later, she checked a fifth and final box, and found some strange, flat, plastic things inside. After pulling one out, she looked at it in mild curiosity. She could tell it was folded like a book, but it didn't look like one at all. She opened it and saw a plastic window-like screen on one side, and she recognized something that resembled a keyboard on the other. Both hiragana and Latin characters were present. "It's a keyboard and monitor, but it's so small and thin." She looked around the box, but couldn't see a bulky computer tower or anything resembling one. After several minutes she gave up her search and stood up, holding the device up for closer inspection. Why would you connect a keyboard to a monitor? And how did they make this thing so flat? There was a button with the universal symbol for power on the corner of the thing, above the keyboard, and she pressed that. Nothing major happened, but a small red light lit up above the keyboard, and as she looked at it she saw a picture beside it that resembled a battery. Maybe it needs recharging, she thought. It has been in a box for however many years. She paused to consider that. This thing looks like something out of a futuristic movie or anime. And yet here it is in this run-down place out in the boonies, collecting dust. She frowned as she mulled that over and looked inside the box again. There were several wires, but they didn't look like the usual power cords at all. They were much thinner, and it had a box in the middle of the wire that she recognized as a surge suppressor. She took one out and looked it over. "I guess I'd have to find a power outlet." She looked around and, on seeing one, walked over and plugged the device in it. She set it down and she walked back over to the boxes and rummaged through the one with maps. When she pulled one out, she blew dust off of it, then frowned and rubbed what hadn't come off with her arm. Once it was clean, she blinked at the cover. She blinked several times. Kanagawa Prefecture, 2008 to 2009. She studied the cover carefully before opening it and looking inside. Ranma fidgeted as three of the farmhands scrutinized both her and the bandana-clad boy on her side. "They're guests staying at my house," the small child said cheerfully in way of explanation. Their friend collapsed last night in the rain, and Kazuko rescued her. They're here to pay us back for our help. That worthless husband of yours saved someone? An older, heavy-set woman asked with surprise evident in her voice and face. Ranma and Ryouga blinked at that and then looked at each other in confusion. Kanamai giggled at their interaction. Kazuko saved them. She nodded. Well then, if they're here to repay you for that, they can stay, the same woman said. The younger, much thinner woman to her side nodded her agreement. We rarely hear good things about that Kazuma boy, and he never shows up to help, she said. But since you're here, you can definitely pick up his slack. Wait. The final examiner, an older man with a pickaxe slung over his shoulder, spoke up for the first time. You people ain't alter users, are ya? He asked suspiciously. Ranma and Ryouga only looked more confused at that, but Kanamai spoke up for them. They haven't done anything but help me and be polite since they showed up, Kanamai said. Well, them alter users ain't nothing but trouble, the old man grumbled. Tearing up the countryside, thieving and harassing us all they please. He turned his head and spat. Holy too. They try to fight fire with fire, and all it does is burn everyone. As long as you don't mean us any trouble, I ain't got any problem with you staying. Make yourselves full. He turned around and stalked off, leaving Ranma and Ryouga even more confused. Right, well they need a few more guys up at the construction site, the plump woman said authoritatively. And we can always use more girls for the house chores. Actually, I'm better doing men's work, Ranma said suddenly. Nonsense, the first woman said as she took her by the arm and led her away. Ryouga snickered as Ranma continued, unsuccessfully, to try and deter the other woman. I'll show you where the men are working, the skinny woman said as she turned around. They'll tell you what to do. Okay, Ryouga nodded as he followed her. He looked back to see Kanamai waving at him and waved back before turning back around to notice that the woman was gone. He turned around again, but Kanamai was gone as well. He sighed and hunched over. Oh boy, later that day, Kazuma sat in the passenger seat of his friend's car as they drove along the desolate highway back to the clinic. So did you find out anything about that Nerima place today? He asked. You mean while you were working? The driver asked as he glanced at the other team. Not really, no. It was surprising too, because the people I asked usually know that kind of stuff. Some of them owe me a few favors, so they said they'd try to dig deeper than what they already know. The people you asked? Kazuma snorted. I don't have to guess what people those were. You sure those favors are odd to you? I'm the one who usually does all of the work. And I'm your agent, the driver said cheerfully. We're a wonderful team. Right, whatever. Kazuma looked out the side at the scenery that rolled by. We're almost there. But what do we do about Ranma? I'm sure her friend already woke up. Yeah, you're probably right. I hope we can convince them to stay. They might want to leave, and there's no reward in letting them wander off. The car jumped down, hitting a high bump in the ground, and the car swayed a bit before stopping in front of the clinic. Kazuma immediately opened the door and started walking towards the clinic just as Kimishima killed the engine. The brunette opened the door and walked in with a yawn. "Yo, Kanamai," the teen called out. "You back yet?" When he received no answer, he started walking to a different room just as Kimishima walked in and shut the door behind him. "Ranma, you here?" he called out as he walked into the room with the electrical swivel chair. "You must be Kazuma," came a voice from the side. Kazuma's head whipped to the side and he noticed the girl from the previous day was sitting in the chair. "Oh, and you're Ranma's friend," the boy nodded. "I guess you got better." She raised an eyebrow at that. "You guess?" Well," he shrugged. "Sorta. She looked him over and tilted her head as another man walked in behind him. "And who are you?" The man looked at her and smiled. "Oh, you're all better. I'm so relieved," he exclaimed. "My name is Kimishima Kuninako. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Tendu Nabiki," the teen said with a neutral look. The man called Kimishima visibly faltered at that. "I'm sorry?" he asked. "I'm not going to say it again," the girl said. "Unless you're willing to pay me. I don't do much for free, and someone else has used up all of my generosity for today." "Don't do much for free." Kazuma blinked. "Okay, lady, whatever. Kimishima, I'm gonna go down to the farm and get Kanamai, and I'm sure Ranma's with her. I'll be back in 20 minutes or so." He waved casually as he walked back towards the front door. "Okay, later Kazuma," the other man said offhandedly as he turned back to face Nabiki. "So your name is Nabiki Tendu, huh?" he asked. "Tendu, Tendu, I know I've heard that name before." The young man narrowed his eyes. Nabiki just stared at him with a seemingly casual look on her face, but the man could tell she was sizing him up just as carefully. An invisible spark ignited between them, and both broke out into predatory grins. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Tendu. I assure you, the pleasure is all mine, Mr. Kimishima," the young woman intoned. Kazuma jogged along the dirt path that led to the farm. It was a 5-minute jog, maybe 6. Although he encouraged Kanamai to run back with him, she wasn't quite as fit as he was and would tire much quicker. The farm was soon in view, which alerted him to how close he was. He took a left and soon came upon a rock formation that was familiar to him. Ranma and Kanamai were playing some sort of game that involved one chasing the other, and sitting on one of the large rocks was a boy clad in all black with a yellow and black bandana in his hair. "Wonder who that is?" He noticed the teen was staring off in the distance, at the large, ruined buildings that were covered with moss and other plant growth. Not stopping to think why the boy would be staring at the ruined buildings, he started walking over to join them. "Yo, Kanamai." The two girls turned at his voice and looked at him. He waved and Kanamai ran over to him, jumping up and hugging him when she was close enough. "Kazuko-kun, you're back. Oi, haven't I told you not to call me that?" he grumbled as he ruffled her hair without really looking at her. Ranma was walking up towards him, pulling on the new guy by his arm. "Ranma, who's this guy?" "This is Ryouga. He's my friend, but we got separated last night. He found your place this morning." "Oh," the girl said. "Hello," Ryouga said warmly. "I understand you've agreed to provide accommodations for my friends?" he asked. "Yeah, that's right," Kazuma nodded with a grin. "So you guys came to help Kanamai at the farm?" They both nodded. "Thanks for keeping an eye on her. I had to go to work." "Oh yeah?" He turned and looked at Ranma with a blank look. "Kanishima and I couldn't find anything about Nerima." "You couldn't?" Ranma asked, sounding somewhat surprised. "Oh well, I guess," she frowned. "This place isn't exactly up to date. They probably don't know or care about anything that doesn't really affect them." "Say, Kazuma-san," Ryouga started up. "I was wondering if you could tell me about those ruined buildings over there." Kazuma blinked when the lost boy walked over to the abandoned buildings. "Something about this place has seemed strange to me." "Yeah, I've been wondering about those too," Ranma said. "What happened? They look like they've been that way for a long time. Was this place attacked in the war or something?" "Hey?" Kazuma blinked. "What? Don't you guys know? Those places," and then he had an epiphany. "You guys really don't know anything about the lost ground, huh?" He chuckled. "Man, city kids at their worst. If they're this dumb, then I'm glad I was born here." He scoffed. "I'll explain it on the way back. Come on, let's go." He turned back towards the clinic and started walking. Kanamai fell into step beside him, and the two teens kept just behind him. "Okay, the best place to start is 22 years ago." 22 years? Ranma asked with a raised eyebrow. "I think I'd have heard of something like this if it were just 20 years ago." "Yeah," Kazuma nodded. "Originally, this place used to be called Kanagawa Prefecture. But there was a huge earthquake, biggest one ever, I think. It was the first, anyway." He plunged into the horizon, and from where they were, Ranma and Ryouga could see the huge spiked rocks in the distance, the ones that Ranma had originally labeled mountains. That happened during the earthquake. "Hey? Kanagawa Prefecture?" Ranma and Ryouga shared a surprised look. "Wait, so this is Kanagawa Prefecture?" the redhead asked. "That can't be. Kanagawa is all city." Ryouga muttered. "What?" Kazuma asked as he looked at them. "Listen, Kanagawa has been like this," he said, gesturing the open area around them, "for more than 20 years now. There's a city, and a developing area, but this is it for the most part." Ranma gave him a dubious look. "But let him finish," Ryouga interrupted. Ranma looked like she wanted to say something else, but frowned and stopped. The lost boy nodded at Kazuma. "Go on." Kazuma shrugged and faced forward again. Well, that's it pretty much. 22 years, you say? Ryouga shared a frown with Ranma. Why haven't we heard of any of this? There's no way this is Kanagawa, Ranma thought as she looked around. Anyway, a lot of people used to live here, but they all left because of the earthquake. Some people had nowhere to go. That's it, really. You forgot the altar users, Kazuko-kun, the girl said from her place beside the boy. Ranma looked up. That's right, that old guy said something about altar users. What the heck are those, anyway? She prodded. Altar users, Kazuma trailed off. What's an altar user? He grinned, although from behind him, neither team could see it. An altar user is someone born with a special ability. I don't know how it works, and I don't care. It's random. Oh. They started appearing after the earthquake, so everyone thinks that it might have something to do with it. Special abilities? Ryouga asked. What kind of special abilities? Well, Kazuma tilted his head. It depends on the person. I've seen some that are really weird, and then there have been a few cool ones too. But the coolest one I've seen so far belongs to the strongest guy in the world. Strongest guy in the world? Ranma snorted. I know the strongest guy in the world, and he ain't no altar user, she said with a smirk. Hey? Kazuma asked as he looked at her. But non-altar users just can't compare to altar users. There's just too big a difference in power. I've heard all that before, Ranma said, waving it off. Besides, what did that old guy say, anyway? That they terrorize people? If that's what altars do, then they're just a bunch of bullies. Maybe they need someone to put them in their place. Not all altar users are like that, Kanamai said quietly. Everyone looked at her. What? Do you know an altar user, Kanamai-chan? Ranma asked. The girl was quiet for a moment, before answering with a hesitant, "No. Well, I happen to know a couple," Kazuma said offhandedly as he looked ahead again. Kanamai looked up at him with surprise. "Kazuko knows altar users?" she asked, confused. "Well, I've dealt with them before. My line of work is kinda rough." Kanamai accepted that and faced forward again. "Kinda rough? What kind of work do you do, Kazuma-san?" Ryouga asked. "Kazuma is fine," the brunette responded. "Anyway, Kimishima gives me all sorts of odd jobs." "So you work for him?" Ranko asked. Ryouga frowned as he remembered the green-haired man from the day before, who'd commented on cooking pork or something. "Well, he's more like a middleman. You could say we're—" he glanced down at the girl by his side. "Freelancers. More like freeloaders," the girl from his side said cheerfully. Kazuma sighed dramatically. "Yeah, well, a single quote right here," he said dramatically as he plonked up at the clinic. Ranma and Ryouga looked at him in surprise, as they hadn't noticed. Kazuma opened the door and walked into the clinic with Kanamai behind him. Ranma and Ryouga shared a look before going in after them. "Yo, Kimishima, did you meet this guy yet?" Kazuma asked. He was standing inside the foyer, and both Nabiki and Kimishima were each sitting on one of two benches across from each other, looking at him. Kimishima glanced at the boy wearing all black and nodded to him. "You must be Ryouga. Tendu-san has told me about you," he said with a smile. How much has Tendu-san told you about me?" the lost boy asked nervously. "Nothing dangerous," Nabiki said lazily. "I'm leaving that to you two for once." What? You didn't tell him about our water allergies?" Ranma asked. "Repeat performances are 3,000 yen, you know that, Shodom," the older girl drawled. "Anyway, I do have something to talk to you guys about." She stood up and nodded towards Kimishima. "Thanks for the interesting discussion." She looked back at Ranma. "I'll be waiting in the bedroom," she said as she started walking towards the stairs. "Right," Kazuma shook his head. "Anyway, Kanamai, it's almost 3. You wanna go back outside or something?" She looked up at him and nodded with a smile on her face. "'Kay, let's go." He turned around and walked between both Ranma and Ryouga, who were standing on either side of the door, and Kanamai ran after him. "Tendu-san said she had something to tell you guys, right?" Kimishima said as he stood up. "You don't want to keep her waiting too long." "How would you know about that?" Ranma asked heatedly. Kimishima laughed at that. Don't worry about that, Ranma-kun." He walked over to the door. "I suppose this means I'll see you tomorrow, then. Take care, alright?" "Yeah, sure," Ranma said distractedly. "You too," Ryouga said with a polite nod. Kimishima chuckled and walked outside. "Hey, Kazuma. Kanamai-chan. I'm going home." He shut the door behind himself at that point. "Well, let's go see Nabiki," Ryouga said with a sigh. "I'm sure it's important. Probably related to our getting home." "Yeah, you're right," the redhead said with a nod as she took him by the arm and started leading him away. "I've got to tell them about the whole curse thing soon, if we're gonna be here for a while," she finished just as they reached the top of the stairs. After walking to the end of the hall where they'd spent the night, they found Nabiki waiting for them on the bed, with her arms crossed, and one leg crossed over the other. "You came," she said calmly. "Well, yeah," Ranma responded with a frown. "What were you expecting? A no-show?" The Tendu girl shrugged with her usual dangerous smile, and Ranma flinched. She knew she'd be paying for that in spades later. "Anyway, I had an interesting conversation with Kimishima-san," Nabiki said. "Do you two know what alter users are?" "We heard about them from Kazuma," Ranma supplied. "They're supposed to be really strong." "Is that what you talked about?" "Partially." The girl nodded. She gestured over to the corner, and when both boys turned their heads, they saw the two chairs that had been there the night before. In each chair was a book with a spiral binder. As the two teens walked over to get their chairs, they noticed that the books were maps. They pulled the chairs closer to the bed and then each sat down, picking up a map. According to Kanishima-san, Alter users have been around for over 20 years. Not only that, but they started appearing after the great upheaval that earned this place's name, the Lost Ground. Ranma and Ryouga both nodded at that. Kazuma-san told us that too, Ryouga said. We were also told that Alter users had been tearing up the countryside, and they, well, most of them, anyway, abused their power. Kanamai told us there were some who didn't, but she couldn't say anything else. The boy shrugged. That's part of what I heard as well. Did he tell you about the major factions of Alter users? She asked. Well, no, he didn't say anything about factions, Ryouga said. Does this go deeper than a bunch of people who started appearing in this area years ago? Much. The girl nodded. Her tone and posture were very serious, and both Ranma and Ryouga braced themselves for whatever the girl would be telling them. I have been putting things together, and it's a little sketchy, but I've been able to formulate a hypothesis. That being, Ryouga prompted. That being, that we are in the future, she said simply. Both of the younger teens stared at her, one in confusion, and the other with comprehension written all over his face. That would explain why Kazuma said this was Kanagawa Prefecture, the lost boy said as he looked down at the map in his hands and looked for the year. So, does that mean this is 2009? The earthquakes happened when we were sent away, then? Later than that, the girl said. I didn't ask Kanishima what year it was, because I didn't want to sound crazy. But I did ask about the maps. What's up with the year? He commented offhand about how old they were. Wait, Ranma said as she looked down at her map. The future? How the hell did that happen? When Gosankuji did whatever he did to us, of course, Nabiki said. It sent us, at the very least, 40 years into the future. Why 40 years? Ryouga asked. Those maps. They were made in 2008. It says so in all of the appropriate places, she said. It's still all city in there. Ryouga opened the book and started looking around. He nodded several times and started going through the pages. This place hadn't been inhabited by anyone before Kazuma and Kanamai showed up, from what Kanishima knows. It was abandoned when the floods and upheaval occurred. Floods? Ranma asked. Kazuma didn't tell you about the floods? Nabiki asked as she looked at them both. They both shook their heads in the negative. Apparently, a year after the Great Upheaval, there were a set of hyper-hurricanes, which devastated the entire world, killing over 60% of the human population. She gave pause as both Ranma and Ryouga's faces went pale at the casual mention of how many people had died. After Nabiki decided they'd had enough time to digest that information, she spoke again. The only real civilized parts are ruled by different city-states, with tons of general poverty just lying around outside of them. City-states? Ryouga asked with a look of surprise. There are no major countries left. There are. Japan is one of them, but most of the northern hemisphere is a ruin. The girl said. North America, Northern Europe, and Russia had been practically destroyed. Unfortunately, Japan's cities are all walled up. You need identification to get out, and identification to get in. Many people start outside of those walls, although there are a few who live like Kazuma and Kanamai do, just barely getting by. I see, Ryouga muttered. I see. My ass. Ranma snorted. How can you two just accept this obvious bullshit? It's gotta be a trick, or some magic. Some magic, Ryouga snorted. So dumb. If it was possible for us to be teleported somewhere else, wouldn't it possible for someone to teleport us somewhere else? Well, Ranma frowned. But what's with all this crap about the end of the world? No one said the world was ending. Nabiki said with a shake of her head. If anything, technology has made leaps and bounds forward. And that's just from what I've been able to see here, stuck in storage for 20 years. The girl patted the side of the bed and both of them noticed for the first time a small plastic box. Nabiki opened it, and while Ranma stared uncomprehendingly, Ryouga saw something there. It looks like a computer monitor and keyboard, he said. But what use are those two together by themselves? You're about to see, Nabiki said as she reached up and pressed a round button. The two watched as the screen lit up. After a few moments, some unfamiliar logos showed up, although most of them were made up of English words. What's Windows 7? The lost boy asked. Apparently, the name of the operating system, Nabiki said. The user interface is completely different from what we're used to. In under 3 minutes, the thing's screen had stopped showing signs of movement, and Nabiki took control of it. She touched a small flat indent that was under the keyboard and moved a small cursor across the screen until it stopped above an icon. Then she tapped the little indent twice, and the screen reacted. You can access data without inputting long command strings, she commented offhandedly. Well, this is very different from what they had at school, Ranma muttered. That's right, it is. She moved the cursor until it hovered over an icon and tapped the thing twice again. In less than 5 seconds, an image appeared on the screen. This is a digital photograph, she said. It's an aerial view of Kanagawa as it was after the upheaval, but before the hurricanes. Hey, there's water everywhere, Ranma said with a frown. It's an island. Which means we can't reach Nerima from here, Nabiki said with a nod. Well, that sucks. We'd have to catch a boat or something. An airplane would be nicer, Nabiki remarked as she closed the laptop. But that's the thing. It all costs money, she said with a frown. And we had none. What? What about what you said earlier? Ranma demanded. All gone, Ryouga said with a shake of his head. There's no way to get any money. Any banks that would have had her money on file are probably long gone. And the bastards probably took possession what I had anyway. Unless Kasumi did what I told her to if I ever disappeared for longer than a year. Wait a second, that's right, Ranma said suddenly with a pale face. If we've been gone for 40 years, then how has everyone else held up? she asked quietly. Who knows? They might be dead from the hurricanes, getting by like these people, or thriving in a city. Nabiki shrugged. Well, I know nothing's changed for the Amazons, Ryouga said. Cologne's probably long dead. Oh, Nabiki said. She was already an old woman. I'll be surprised if I see her again. I won't, Ranma snorted. The little freak, either. They're both worse than cockroaches. Right? Well, Nabiki sighed. That's our situation. Well, Ranma continued. Well, what's our plan? What can we do? We're stranded in the future, away from anything resembling family and friends. That happens to me all the time, so I'm not too concerned, Ryouga said. Well, maybe the future did his new plan, huh? Nabiki sat there with her eyes narrowed. I plan on getting into one of those cities, one way or another. What I do from there is none of your business. What? Ranma asked. You mean stay here? In the future? Well, unless we can find Gosankuji, and somehow get him to agree to sending us to the past, I don't think we'll be able to get back. Nabiki said. There's got to be a way. Ranma said angrily. We can't just accept defeat like that. It's not accepting defeat, Nabiki said as she looked at Ranma with a piercing stare. Sodom, you did hear what I said about the hurricanes? Starving people, growths in technology, civil unrest. Well then, do you think that I want to go back 40 years, and then live through all of that trouble, when I can stay here, and not? Ranma sat back as she considered that. This has the potential to be one of the luckiest things that's ever happened to us, Nabiki continued. Just think. We'll have access to medicine, technology, she muttered, looking over the computer. Entertainment, foods, music, all sorts of things that we might have died without ever seeing. Ryouga frowned. It doesn't seem like it'd be easy getting into one of those cities, and even if you did, what would you do from there? Ryouga asked. Like I said, none of your business, the girl said coldly. You two can go off looking for some way back to the past. I'm going to stay here. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, and I'm a well-known opportunist. There simply is no other choice. She was met with silence from Ranma and Ryouga. Well then, what do you two intend to do? This does, to be honest, end a lot of your obligations, Sodom. Your engagements cannot be valid anymore, not after you've been gone for 40 years. They probably think we're dead. Engagements, Ranma said. That's right, Akan was 16. She probably got over you and married someone else. I'm sure she doesn't regret it either. As far as anyone is concerned, we're long dead. Not to mention, she's at the very least 56 now, to boot. That can't be. Ranma worked her jaw several times, but was unable to say anything as a distant look clouded her eyes. Ranma, Ryouga started, but he stopped and looked at Nabiki. I'll look for a way back, he said determinedly. Good luck with that, Nabiki snorted. The lost boy frowned. How do you plan on gathering enough money to get into a city? I talked that over with Kimishima. She said, don't be surprised if I'm not here in the morning. He promised to introduce me to some people. I see. The boy nodded. Well, you have my assistance in whatever you do. I'm certain what we need won't be on this island. Of course. The girl turned to look at Ranma, but the other girl was only staring straight ahead with unfocused eyes. Let's give Shogun some time to himself, she said as she stood up and started for the door. Ryouga glanced at the girl and nodded, before standing up and following her out of the room. The room remained silent for several long minutes before Ranma stood up and followed them out with a frown on his face. GRA Skies Part 2, and Chapter 3 Alter Nerima, Tokyo. Thursday, November 2nd, 1989. Suddenly, lances of pure light pierced the floating book and Gosankuji screamed out in pain. What? The demonic figure shouted as he looked down at himself. Now, children. Both Kuno and Akan turned to the voice and saw Cologne on a nearby roof, with her hands folded together in a complex manner, as she glowed with white energy. In the place of her usual cane was an elaborately decorated staff with large rings and other ornaments. I cannot hold such power for long. Akan closed her eyes, as the green aura surrounding her grew heavier. Ranma and Oni-chan are gone, forever, and I don't know if I can even avenge them. Tears began to gather at her eyes, and when she opened them again, one spilled out onto her cheek. As you say, Kuno said as he held his weapon high above his head with one hand. Tenkasi-san, he shouted as he swung it at the beast, sending an intense wave of holy light at the book. The wave of light collided with the book in a grand display, red bolts arcing off of the book as the light engulfed it. Goff! Gosankuji cried out as bolts of light swirled around him, and the red tether began to flicker. No, it's not enough. Cologne shouted. Do it again. Kuno only panted, clutching his chest as he leaned on his blade. I am spent, he said, before falling to his knees. Girl. It's up to you. Cologne cried out. Akan looked up at her. But what? She asked. Something. Anything. Cologne snapped said. For once, make yourself full. We're running out of time. Akan stared up at her for a long moment, before an idea occurred. She grit her teeth and sniffed. I'm probably going to get this all wrong. I've only ever seen Ranma-kun and Ryouga-kun do it. I'm not as good as they are. Maybe I shouldn't even be trying. And then she screamed and held up both of her hands. Shishi-hokan. The roiling cloud of heavy ki around her fizzled. It's not working, she thought. It's not working. My sister, and the man I love are dead, and I can't even avenge them. She fell to her knees and choked out a sob, and her aura spiked. Now, girl. Now. Why should I bother? It's not even going to work. Akan snapped. Just do it, you fool. Akan clenched her eyes and fists shut, and projected all of her sorrow outwards. Shishihokan. A great sphere of Nabiki rose up from her into the air. It steadily climbed into the sky for a short time, before falling back down, where it swallowed up Gosankuji and his book in its blinding light. The sphere detonated then, and both the possessed boy and book exploded into black dust that scattered in the wind. Seeing the matter over, Cologne sighed heavily and dropped out of her pose. Akan sighed and fell forward on the ground, and Kuno quickly ran over to her. She's only exhausted, boy. She used a high-level attack that drained almost all of her energy. The old woman said solemnly as she pogoed over to the two. Kamawat of Sodom and those who were with him. I assume you mean the other Tendo girl and Hibiki Ryouga, the old woman said as she closed her eyes. Unfortunately, I cannot feel their ki. But all living things generate ki, Kuno insisted. It would not be like Sodom to die in such a way. How right, the old woman said with a smile. It is possible that they had merely been displaced. I do not have the means to search for them over long distances with me in this city. However, I see, Kuno said. Then it is possible that they are still alive, somewhere. Akan's voice came from below them. It's a good thing you didn't tell me that before. I wouldn't have been able to get that off. Indeed, Cologne shook her head. For now, it is late, and we must rest. I will see about locating son-in-law on the morrow. Disclaimer, none of the series, characters, or locations mentioned in this story are owned by the author of this story unless stated otherwise. Notes: 1. Tenkau Season /loot. Heaven Light Same Cut. I'm not sure if Tenkau Season is how it would be read by a Japanese person. There's multiple readings for kanji, but that one looks correct to me. Gray Skies CHA page TER3. Alter a week and a half passed, and Ranma's group had settled into a routine. Ranma and Ryouga would wake up to find Nabiki gone, eat breakfast with Kanamai, and then go to the farm with the little girl to help out there for small amounts of money and food. Nabiki had not yet bothered to invite either one of them on the morning outings, and had already started saving up money from whatever she did with Kimishima and Kazuma. The young woman wouldn't talk, and had flat out told them she wouldn't until she needed them. But that day came quickly enough. You're coming with me tomorrow. Ranma and Ryouga looked up at her from futon's on the ground. Nabiki, meanwhile, was sitting on the same bed she'd slept in on that first night. The other rooms had no space to sleep in, or already had an occupant. We won't be coming back for 3 days, actually. Ranma blinked. What? You mean Kanamai-chan is coming too? The little girl is staying here, she said. All by herself? Ranma demanded. He was in his male form, and had already explained his and Ryuga's awkward transformations to the house's two inhabitants, as well as Kimishima. It hadn't taken too long to convince the three that they weren't really alter users in disguise, but the one who'd pointed out that it was impossible and done most of the explaining had been Kimishima. "I've never seen any water-based altars," Kimishima said. "And I've never seen altar users whose altars were uncontrollable to such a degree. Not only that, but since they both have the same trigger, and they transform, it's just too unlikely because there are no two identical altars, or even two distinct ones that are that closely related, I think." The 6 of them were gathered in the clinic's lobby, or what was now more appropriately called the foyer. Kimishima was sitting on one of the benches with Kanamai by his side, while Kazuma leaned against the front door. Nabiki was sitting on the other bench, while Ryouga and the drenched Ranma-chan stood before them all. "So they're not altar users?" Kazuma asked with confusion scrawled all over his face. "Altar users have that glow, don't they?" Kanamai reminded him. "They have an aura when they use their powers." "You mean that rainbow thing?" Kazuma asked. "That's right. Hey Kanamai, how'd you know about that?" The girl blinked and looked put off for a moment before answering. "Kazuko told me, remember?" she said. "You're so forgetful, Kazuko." Nabiki's eyebrow merely rose as she watched the exchange. "Hey, Nabiki, you okay?" "Yeah, I just spaced out," the girl said. "Anyway, as I was saying, Kanamai can take care of herself, and there's the farm to consider. I'm sure they'll put her up for 3 days." "Yeah, they probably will," Ranma said with a sigh. "What do we tell them?" "Oh, we're going out on a business trip, that's all," Nabiki said. "Nothing more. Now turn out the lights. We need to get sleep since we're leaving early." She lay sideways just as Ranma stood up and walked over to the door, where the light switch was, and closed her eyes as he flicked the switch, leaving the room in complete darkness. After a moment, a stray thought drifted through her mind. That girl is hiding what she can do. Morning came swiftly for Ranma. He'd been unable to sleep well since finding out they were in the future, which he still stubbornly harbored some doubt to, and it had taken to doing kata when he couldn't sleep, or woke up too soon. The boy sighed as he looked into the cardboard box and took out what was now his trademark red and black ensemble. Ryouga had taken to what the gender-bending martial artist had found him, but Nabiki had taught some new clothes that more resembled what she'd used to wear, skimpy shorts and some semi-revealing shirts. Ranma pulled his clothes on and took his hair tie from atop a drawer, tying his hair into the familiar braid as he walked out of the room. As he passed by Kazuma and Kanamai's room, he glanced in at the 2 inhabitants. Both were asleep, and as he looked at them, he noticed a strange, multicolored glow around the young child, and blinked. "That's supposed to mean something, well." Shrugging it off as unimportant, he continued along the hall and down the stairs to the foyer, where he grabbed his slippers and put them on. Then he opened the door and walked outside, shutting it behind himself quietly. The sun had not yet risen, and the sky was still intensely dark. There were no working clocks in the clinic, and the one on that little computer Nabiki had started keeping with her couldn't have been set on the right time. As he looked up at the slowly brightening sky, he mentally set the time to be somewhere around 5 or so. With that, Ranma closed his eyes and cleared his mind as he prepared to start. "What are you doing, Ranma-chan?" came a soft, tired voice from the side. Ranma opened his eyes and looked over to the door. Just in front of it, on the steps, sat Kanamai. "Haven't I told you not to call me that? Why do you still do it even when I'm a guy, anyway?" he said in an empty, humorless voice. She didn't seem to notice, as tired as she was, and giggled. "Why are you up, anyway? Couldn't you sleep okay?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes, I was able to sleep," she said. She looked up at the slowly fading stars. Kanamai was dreaming. It was a very intense, rough, and brave dream. Ranma turned away and stared off into the distance. "Kama sounds like some dream. Does Ranma-chan dream too?" After a pause, Ranma shook his head slowly. "Kama used to. Not anymore," he said, cracking half a smile. "My dreams used to be intense, rough, and brave, too. That's too bad. I hope Ranma-chan starts dreaming again soon." "Kama, thanks." After that, neither said anything for a whole minute, and Ranma remembered the whole reason for coming outside and closed his eyes, once again clearing his mind in preparation for a simple kata. Once he began, Kanamai took notice and looked down from the sky to watch. "So you're going to be away for 3 days?" The heavy-set woman peered at Kazuma, Ranma, and Ryouga. Kimishima and Nabiki were waiting down by the road in the jeep while they explained their case to the farm's owners. The woman glared at Kazuma, but seemed to have an approving look when she inspected the other 2 teens. "If he had come alone, I'd be setting up a permanent bedroom," the woman said, casually flicking her thumb at Kazuma. The boy sighed at that and hung his head. "But I know you 2 will come back for her. You'd better, anyway." "Thank you," Ryouga said with a slight bow. "It is most appreciated." Ranma, who was in her female form, since she hadn't bothered to explain anything to the people at the farm, knelt down and started ruffling the girl's hair. "You behave now, okay, Kanamai-chan?" she said. Kanamai only giggled. "Okay, Oni-chan," she said with an overdose of sweetness. Ranma frowned as both Kazuma and Ryouga immediately busted a gut. The older woman merely smiled, not having seen most of the humor in the exchange. "Ugh, give me a break." Ranma pouted and stood back up. "You 3 go on then, don't you have somewhere to be?" the older woman asked, still smiling at the exchange. "Yeah, that's right. Thanks a lot, really," Kazuma said as he calmed down. "So then, see you later, Kanamai," the boy said as he turned around and waved. "Thank you again, you really saved us," Ryouga said, bowing once more before both he and Ranma both turned to leave. Halfway back to the car, they turned around and waved, and both Kanamai and the woman waved back. Once they were there, Kimishima, who'd been leaning against the car door, looked at them. "How'd it go?" "It was all right. They didn't have any problems," Ranma said as she climbed into the back of the car and picked up a thermos. Ryouga and Kazuma sat on either side of her as she opened it and emptied its contents over herself. Kimishima got into the driver's seat and Nabiki turned around to look at them from the passenger seat, raising a pair of sunglasses as she did so. "Well then, you're all ready." "Yeah," Ranma said as he toweled himself off. "Then, Kazuma, I believe you know what to tell them," the girl said, turning back around. "Right," Kazuma nodded. He turned his head to look at both of the other teens. "Well, first off, what do you two know about our jobs?" "You said you were into freelancing," Ryouga said. "Is that not the case?" "We are. Well, it is, but a more accurate term would be to call us mercenaries," Kazuma said as he crossed his arms. "We do jobs for important people, and it gets us paid well." "What kind of important people?" Ranma demanded with narrowed eyes. "You know, important people," Kazuma said with a grin. "Anyway, we don't do anything bad, unless they're willing to pay a lot. Usually the worst I get to do is rough someone else's thugs up," he said with a shrug. "But there's also the fact that some of these other people have alter users at their disposal. That's when I get to have fun, you see," he said. "Have fun?" Ranma asked. "You mean you fight alter users?" "That's right," Kazuma nodded. "How do you do that?" "I thought you said alter users were incredibly powerful," Ryouga asked with his brow creased. "Kazuma is an alter user," Kimishima explained. "He's the strongest one I've ever seen, too." "I see," Ryouga nodded. "I expected as much." Ranma looked interested. "Alter user? What do you do, anyway?" the big-tailed martial artist asked. "You'll get to see that later," Nabiki said. "For now, Kazuma, explain what we're doing this time." "Right," Kazuma said with another nod. "Well, 2 days ago, a high-ranking executive from the city was abducted while he was wandering around outside the city walls. I can't figure out exactly what the idiot was doing outside his pretty walled-up playpen, but we're going to rescue him." "Rescue? Isn't that kind of different from your usual work?" Ryouga asked. "Who cares? It pays well," Kazuma said with a shrug. "What about us?" Ranma asked. "You two are getting paid, too. As for Kimishima-san and I, we're getting something that goes deeper than money out of this," Nabiki said as she started inspecting her mails. "A high-ranking official, huh? So, you're thinking if we save him, you can keep him in your pocket and start making friends in high places?" Ryouga asked. "Sharp one, aren't you?" Nabiki said cheerfully. "Why did it take so long for you guys to invite us to this kind of work, anyway?" Ranma asked. "Kimishima-san has been watching you guys since we arrived. He had to make sure you two could handle our kind of work," Nabiki said offhandedly. "Yes, that's right," the driver said cheerfully. He glanced out the corner of his eyes at the girl to his side. He'd been watching her too, but there was no reason to tell her that. Likewise, the Tendo girl smiled to herself as she noticed the slight twitch of his eyes from her peripheral vision. She'd noticed that he'd been watching her too, but there was no need to let him know that. Today, we're going to meet with some contacts of ours to get more information. Kimishima continued. Contacts? Ranma frowned. What exactly do you to do? If we're going to be rescuing this guy, obviously the three of us are gonna be doing the hard labor. Middle management, Ryouga answered for them. It's simple. They do all the talking, we do all the hitting. Oh, Ranma said. Well, why is it supposed to take 3 days? How many people do we have to hit? Kimishima chuckled. First off, we have to find out where these guys are. Then, from there, we need to gather intelligence on the area, their manpower, etc. Someone from inside the city gave us what little information we already have. We're going to have to meet with them again to get any real work done. We're going to be near the city for a while. The city? How? Can you tell us anything else about Alter users in general? Ryouga asked. Alter users? Kazuma started that time. Well, there's not much to say about us. There's a group of Alter users who call themselves Holy. They make up a special division of the police force for the city. Kimishima started. Special division? Police force? The usual police force is composed of normal humans with guns and the like, but Holy was made specifically to combat Alter users like Kazuma there, Kimishima said. Thing is, although they claim to be rooting out Alter criminals, they'll force any native Alter users they find to either join them or be imprisoned. They'll arrest anyone who's minding their own business just because they're an Alter user. Ryouga asked with a frown. That's right, Kimishima confirmed. Why do they do that? Ranma asked. We're not sure, but there has been an information leak from the inside that says they're taken to the mainland and used for something. Either way, it can't be all that fun. That's why, if we run into any Holy members, we get the hell out. Kazuma started. I ain't afraid of them or anything, but it would suck if they even knew I existed. Because then they'll start to actively hunt for you. Ryouga said with a nod. What about Kanamai? Ranma asked. What would they do to her if they ever caught you? Nothing, Kazuma snorted. 'Cause I'd never tell them where she was. Why not? Ranma asked with a frown. She doesn't need any of this garbage, Kazuma said with a sigh. She's just a kid, and she's not even an Alter user. They might even use her to entice Kazuma into joining Holy if they found her, Nabiki added. That too? The boy nodded. Huh. Ranma sat back as the car sped down the dirt road. The conversation died after that. Ranma stared up at the huge wall that served as a barrier between the urban district and the undeveloped district. It was at least 10 stories high, and beyond the wall, inside the city, he could see buildings that literally towered over it. As he looked up at the tall, foreboding structures, Any doubt that he was actually in the future was quickly expunged. There were several skyscrapers in the city, and because of its lack of developmental space thanks to the huge walls, he could see several roads suspended in the air by huge support beams. But above all else, and quite literally so, there stood a colossal tower in the distance. It had the appearance of great disc-shaped platforms of variable width being stacked atop one another. Several of the suspended roads led straight to it, and Ranma was sure that there were even more ways inside from the ground level. "What's that huge thing?" Ranma asked. Kazuma and Ryouga had been left in the car while Nabiki and Kimishima went to the appointed spot to meet with their associate. Their parking spot had left them in view of the city now, and both Ranma and Ryouga marveled at how, well, futuristic the whole place looked. "I dunno. I guess that's holy or something else important." The native alter shrugged. "I've never been in there before." "Never?" Ranma asked. "You would have to have it or something to get in," Kazuma shrugged. "Otherwise we'd all be in there, partying or something, right?" "Nabiki told us this, Ranma. Remember?" Ryouga said. "Oh. Well, that was a long time ago. I'd forgotten," the big-tailed martial artist said. Ryouga looked at the big-tailed martial artist and frowned. "Say, Ranma, can we talk for a moment?" the boy asked. "I guess, not like I'm going anywhere," Ranma shrugged without looking at the other teen. "I meant in private," Ryouga said calmly. "Oh, sure, I guess." Ryouga turned and started walking in a random direction and Ranma followed after him. Once they were without a hearing distance of Kazuma, who really couldn't care less anyway, he whipped back around and looked at his rival, and without preamble, spoke. "You've changed." "Huh?" Ranma blinked. "What do you mean I've changed?" "I've been noticing recently, you act a little differently. It started when we found out we were in the future. What's going on with you?" the fanged boy demanded. "It's none of your business," Ranma snorted. "It's about Akan-san, isn't it?" Ryouga prodded. "When Nabiki suggested she'd married someone else and was happy, you got upset." "Heck no, it ain't about that tomboy," Ranma snorted. "Then what is it?" Ryouga demanded. "It's nothing," Ranma shouted. "Fine then, don't tell me. After all, how can I help you if I don't know what the problem is?" Ryouga said sarcastically. "Whatever, so dumb. Let's just go back." "I don't need your help," Ranma snorted as he started walking back to the jeep. Ryouga narrowed his eyes and followed him back. "What happened to you guys?" Kazuma asked when they both returned. "You have an argument?" "Nothing, don't worry about it," Ranma said, forcing himself to calm down. Ryouga glanced at the other boy with a frown on his face. Prideful fool, he shook his head in silent thought. At night, Ranma was sitting outside a modest single-story house on a brick fence, looking up at the stars. "Yo!" a voice came from behind him and he turned around to see Kazuma standing there. "What are you doing up so late?" "Just thinking about someone," Ranma said honestly. "What's up?" "I woke up and found that you were missing," Kazuma said with a shrug. "Well, I'm not Ryouga, so you don't need to worry about it." Actually I was thinking of something else," Kazuma said with a grin. "Huh? You see you're as strong as an alter user." "But I don't think so," Kazuma snorted. "Just another tough guy who doesn't know what's going on. That's what you are." "Oh really?" Ranma asked in a distorted voice. He chuckled. "You want to try me?" "Maybe." Ranma hopped down from the fence and landed on his feet. "I never refuse challenges, you know." "That's convenient, but I wouldn't call this a challenge. More of a test," the alter user said with grin. "I hate tests." "That's good too," Kazuma said as he held up his right arm. A multicolored aura surrounded him, and before Ranma's very eyes, large chunks of the fence he had been sitting on suddenly dematerialized into a floating mass of glowing dust. Kazuma's right arm split into 3 even sections down the middle, and the dust-like material flew over to his arm as golden bands appeared all along his arm, binding the 3 sections together. The matter all converged on his arm and began to cover it in shiny yellow and orange metal. When the transformation was done, his arm had bulked up considerably, and looked to be made completely of metal. There were 3 red fins hovering behind his right shoulder. "So that's an altar?" Ranma snorted. "Doesn't look tough." Kazuma grinned and immediately went into action. He punched the ground with his right hand and flew into the air. Ranma looked up and whistled. "Well, I guess it has to be pretty strong if you prefer jumping with your hand." Ranma jumped back just as Kazuma's fist crashed into the ground where he'd been standing. Kazuma looked up and Ranma blinked as he noticed that Kazuma's hair had become more solid. It was spiked up and rough looking, unlike before when his hair had simply fallen around his face. "My altar doesn't look like much, but it's the strongest one in the world," Kazuma grinned. "We'll see about that," Ranma said as he took a martial arts stance. Kazuma knelt there for a moment, assessing his opponent. "If you don't go all out, you'll lose," Ranma said as he launched at the other boy. Kazuma leapt straight up into the air, not bothering to use his fist that time, and Ranma passed under him. He flipped in the air and landed facing Ranma as the martial artist turned around and simply watched. Each carefully watched the other, neither one making any sudden moves, until finally Kazuma leapt at Ranma with his left, unarmored fist caught back and swung at the martial artist. Ranma almost laughed as he dodged the attack, and several following ones. Kazuma was clearly entrained and fought every bit like the street-fighting brawler he was, but the other team was quickly picking up his speed, and Ranma had to give him credit for that as he allowed himself to be pushed back. Soon, Ranma found himself blocking blows rather than dodging most of them from Kazuma's unarmored arm, and decided he could return the favor. Kazuma's eyes widened as Ranma's fist suddenly impacted with his chest, and then followed up with a mild uppercut to his chin. They both disengaged and Ranma smirked at his opponent. "I think I can get into this," Kazuma smirked back and soon the fight was rejoined. Ranma bent backwards to dodge another punch and kicked up, hitting Kazuma's chin in a backflip. He touched down on the ground with both hands and completed the flip, standing up and peering at his opponent. Kazuma leapt at him with his left fist held back, and Ranma moved to block it. But suddenly, the alter user's right arm shot forward, catching Ranma in the gut and sending him flying. Ranma's eyes widened at the burst of speed and strength. He flipped in the air and landed on his feet in time to see the brunette running at him. Kazuma leapt at him again and this time Ranma rolled over to the side. Kazuma's momentum carried him forward and his fist crashed into the ground behind the two. Ranma's hand lit up with blue energy and he called out the name of an attack. Mukoto Kabisha. The boy yelled as he threw a glowing key sphere at the alter user. Kazuma narrowed his eyes at the approaching projectile, and at just the right moment swatted it away with his right arm, sending it veering off course into the night sky. He grinned at Ranma, only to be surprised as an equally pleased-looking martial artist flew at him with his fists by his side for an attack. He barely had enough time to bring his transformed arm to bear, and threw a punch that Ranma was surprised to see. Kazuma grinned again as he caught Ranma in the gut again, and the martial artist hung there on his fist for a moment. Thought I'd block or something? Sorta, Ranma said, sounding as if he was in pain. This is okay, too. He suddenly snapped back to life and lifted his entire body onto Kazuma's arms, wrapping them around it and twisting it in an arm bar. Kazuma blinked at the martial artist. What the heck is that supposed to do? He asked, confusedly. The other team suddenly exerted force on his arm and Kazuma shouted out in pain. Hey, what the heck? He swung his right arm around in a panic. The hell are you doing? Well, it's supposed to hurt, Ranma explained. But how the hell are you swinging me around? He added mentally. Eventually, Ranma leapt off to avoid getting dizzy. Geez, that arm is retardedly strong, he thought as he landed. Kazuma looked at his arm in shock and then back at the other team. No one's been able to hurt it that much before, Kazuma said with a grin. I've heard that before, Ranma snorted in amusement as he took a non-aggressive stance with his hands at his sides. Kazuma bent his knees and crouched with his chest low to the ground, and the pig-tailed martial artist found himself reminded of a predator about to attack. If I didn't already know better, I'd call you an alter user for sure, he said with a grin. Ranma just shrugged. You ain't seen nothing yet, the martial artist told him. Well, don't keep me waiting, Kazuma said smoothly as he suddenly punched the ground and flew up into the air above Ranma. Shocking first bullet. Ranma watched as one of the red fins behind him started eroding away, leaving a green energy trail in its wake. Kazuma suddenly shot forward at him at incredible speed, but the surprise only lasted a moment for Ranma. The martial artist jumped back in time for Kazuma's fist to crash into the ground once again. The resulting impact made a small crater in the ground. That was a bit faster than before, Ranma acknowledged. But I can move faster too, he said as he looked at the altar user. Kazuma's eyes widened when Ranma rained a wide and incredibly fast spray of punches down on him. The brunette flew back from the force of the blows and skid across the ground several times. Ranma smirked as his opponent righted himself on the ground and stood up. "You sure you aren't an altar user?" Kazuma asked with another grin. Although he'd been able to mostly shrug the attack off, a feeling told him that Ranma was still holding back on him. "You sure you are one?" Ranma asked, matching his smirk. "That's what they tell me," Kazuma said, shrugging. "I just hit stuff." His grin didn't fade as he held up his right arm in front of his face. Ranma was able to see the altar user's armored arm change suddenly as he prepared for an attack. Kazuma's triceps suddenly split open, revealing more metal underneath. Two thin metal protrusions shot out from the base of his triceps past his elbow. Annihilating second bullet. The teen suddenly launched at Ranma as a second red fin disintegrated, leaving green energy in his wake. Ranma moved to the side and turned his head in time to see Kazuma's fist pass right by his eyes. Kazuma rotated several times from the energy on his right arm, and even after he touched down with his right foot, he spun on it and knelt down, and his left foot drew a curved line in the dirt around him. They both looked at each other appreciatively and prepared to go all out with their next attacks. "How long are you two idiots going to do this?" Both Ranma and Kazuma blinked in surprise and looked up to see both Nabiki and Ryouga standing at the door to the house. "Causing me to lose sleep costs you by the second," Nabiki gritted out angrily. Ranma immediately dropped out of his stance and held up his hands. "Oh, we're done, he said hurriedly. Kazuma blinked at the display. "You'd better be," the girl said angrily as she walked back inside the house. Kazuma looked at Ryouga. "Why didn't you join in? It would have been more fun." "I was fine just watching," Ryouga said, waving it off casually. "It'll be harder to sleep with all that adrenaline, you know," he said as he turned around back into the house. Both Ranma and Kazuma looked at each other with frowns on their faces before uttering a single word in unison. "Crap. Looks like we finally found these bastards," Kazuma said in anticipation as the car stopped before a dark building. It was the early morning of the fourth day, and there were several lit lampposts around the building with groups of thugs all carrying dangerous-looking blunt instruments. Kazuma, Ranma, and Ryouga all quickly hopped out of the car. "And so close to where we live, too. That pisses me off. I got tired of waiting for this," Ranma snorted in agreement. "I can't believe we spent that long just trying to find these assholes. They didn't exactly want people coming after them. You think if they were in an obvious spot that the city wouldn't have found them by now?" Kimishima asked, raising an amused eyebrow at their antics. "I guess," Ranma said with a shrug. "I don't know how these things work, really. Right? Well, you guys can take it from here, right?" Nabiki asked. We'll be waiting here for when you get back." The three teens nodded at that and started walking towards the building, but they stayed out of the light. "So we just rush in there and kick their asses, save the guy and then go home?" Ranma asked. "There's a lot of guys on the ground." "Oh, shouldn't be a problem. But if they know we're there, then they might take the guy somewhere else while we're fighting, and then oops, he's gone. They're probably keeping the guy inside," Ryouga said with a frown. "Should we go in from different angles?" "I've got an idea," Kazuma said. "Why don't we go in from above?" "Above?" Ranma blinked at that. "What the heck do you mean?" "We can jump from one building to another, right?" the altar user asked, pointing at another tall dilapidated building. "We can. If we go in from above, they'll be surprised, and we might be able to get to the guy before they move him away," Ryouga said in contemplation. "That's not a bad idea. Then let's go already," Ranma said as he entered the nearest building. Kazuma and Ryouga quickly followed, and once inside the teens looked around. "Hey, it's a department store. Or was one, anyway," Ranma commented. The interior of the first floor was ruined, things were knocked over, walls destroyed and trash spread all around. There was a directory on the wall near the entrance, and Ranma held up a hand, willing a small glowing ball of kite to appear. "The stairs are this way," he said, pointing. They all nodded to each other and started for the stairs. Walking around the debris rather than through it, the group came to the door that led to the stairwell. They walked in and started up the spiral staircase, only to come to a halt at the second floor. The stairs that led to the third floor and higher were destroyed and lay in rubble in front of them. They looked up. They could see that the stairs started up again 4 floors above them. "I wasn't thinking there'd be something like this," Kazuma said with a frown. "Are there more stairs around?" "Maybe, but the elevator should be nearby," Ryouga said. "I don't think the elevator'll work." "Genius," Ranma snorted. "I know. That's why we'll climb up the emergency ladder. Or the cables, if need be," Ryouga said casually as he walked out the door. Ranma blinked as Kazuma followed him and frowned, but joined them. The second floor didn't take nearly the amount of damage as the first floor, and Ranma noticed a mound of clothes covering a sleeping person, but neither of the other teens paid it any heed, so he ignored it. "Come, I knew that's what you meant," he muttered as he followed after them. "I'm just surprised that you'd come up with something like that. You don't seem the type to know about department stores." "I didn't say anything," Ryouga responded. Ranma went silent after that. It wasn't long before they found the elevator. Ryouga stepped forward and cracked his knuckles before reaching out and grabbing each door. With a grunt, the lost boy quickly forced the elevator doors open. Inside, the shaft was empty save for the cables they'd been expecting. The emergency ladder's rungs were mostly rusted over and bent or broken. Ryouga reached out and tested one by pulling on it slightly. He nodded and then leapt up, grabbing hold of the cables and pulling himself up. Ranma quickly followed, but Kazuma stayed back for a moment as the sensation of being watched suddenly washed over him. By instinct, the teen turned his head, but he only saw a large pile of clothes lying on the ground. He raised a brow in confusion and started looking around. "Kazuma, what's keeping you?" Ranma's voice echoed down the narrow shaft. "Oh, I just thought I saw something," Kazuma said as he turned back to the shaft and leapt up to grab the metal cables. The three teens climbed up, and soon, they came to the roof, which was set above the 12th floor. Ryouga stared at the twin doors in thought. Hanging as he was from the cables, he couldn't get the leverage he needed to pry them open. He cocked a fist back and punched the two doors, smashing them outwards, then leapt from the cables to the ledge and continued onto the roof. Ranma and Kazuma quickly came out behind him and started looking around. "What's with all of these exotic flowers?" the brunette asked. Although the outside of most abandoned buildings were covered in moss and vines, the roof had plants that Kazuma hadn't seen before. "It's a roof garden," Ryouga noted. "They imported stuff from all over the world, and it survived up here without anyone to care for it." He walked over to the edge and put his foot on the raised ledge. "How convenient. They're keeping him on the top floor." Kazuma and Ranma walked over to the edge and peered over. The other building could be seen across from them, easily distinguishable from the rest because of how well lit the roof was. There were a group of thugs all standing around, some playing card games, or telling jokes and just laughing around. In the center of the group was a red girder with a heavy-set man in a suit and tie tied up with ropes. They couldn't see any more details at their distance, but that was more than enough to tell them they had chosen right in coming in from above. "How are we going to get over there?" "It's a little further than we thought," Ranma pointed out. "Yeah." Ryouga frowned and Kazuma turned around to look around. As the altar user looked up into the sky, he smiled. "Here comes our chance," the altar user said cheerfully. Both Ranma and Ryouga turned around to look at what he was talking about and blinked. "An airplane?" Ryouga asked. "It is flying kinda low," Ranma remarked. "So we jump when it gets over here?" Kazuma nodded and held up his right arm as he was enveloped in a multicolored glow. Chunks of the concrete vanished and the floating dust reformed into the metal encasing over his right arm. Ranma and Ryouga knelt down as the plane got ever closer. Once it was close enough, all three jumped in unison, Ranma and Ryouga using their legs, while Kazuma punched the ground with his metal-covered fist. The three all quickly launched into the air and landed on the plane's left wing. Without missing a beat, Kazuma punched the wing and all three teens leapt up higher. As they fell towards the building, Kazuma smirked and aimed his fist downwards. Ranma held up his hands and Ryouga reached up to his forehead. "Mukota Kabisha!" Ranma cried out the name of his attack as a huge sphere of blue kai appeared at his palms and flew down at a group of the men. Ryouga tossed several of his bandanas down at the men who were by now all looking up in surprise at Ranma's shout. The blue kai ball crashed into several of the men and punched a hole in the ground that continued all the way to the ground floor. and Ryouga's projectiles all hit individual targets. Shocking first bullet. Kazuma cried out as one of the red fins on his back vanished, and he shot forward in a burst of green energy. As his fist came into contact with the roof, the entire building shook, and by the time Ranma and Ryouga had landed, it had started to collapse under the force of his attack. Ranma shot towards the captive man, took a hold of the steel girder and leapt off the side of the building, followed by both Ryouga and Kazuma. The three landed roughly on the ground as the building continued to fall in on itself, and Ranma dropped the heavy man down to the ground rather carelessly. They alter users. The thugs on the ground all screamed and started running away. Many of the thugs in the rubble were unconscious or in too much pain to realize what had happened. As the dust cleared, Ranma smirked as he looked at the destruction and carnage that was their handiwork. Man, that was too easy, not even one alter user, he said, and then looked down at the man in the suit, who seemed to have fainted. But this old guy is way too heavy. Well, you only have to carry him to the car, Ryouga snorted. Better get to it, he said as he started walking away. Kazuma smirked as he took his cue and quickly moved to follow, leaving Ranma behind with the overweight salaryman and girder. What? You assholes! Ranma growled as he knelt down and haphazardly grabbed the man by his bindings with one hand. Ranma followed them and quickly caught up, despite his cumbersome load. Once they made it to the car, he set the man in the back compartment of the jeep. You guys done already? Nabiki asked. She was sitting in the car while Kaneshima leaned on the door to the driver's seat. Oh well, I guess it's to be expected from you three, she said with a shrug. We're not that far from the clinic, so Kaneshima and I are gonna take this guy back while you guys walk home. Alright. Yeah, I know this area, Kazuma said with a nod as he looked around. We'll probably be back in half an hour or so. The sun peeked over the mountains in the distance and the sky was already a bright blue. Kaneshima opened the car door and sat down, almost immediately starting the engine. We'll be back later today, he told them. You can go see Chikawa about getting paid. He should know about our success by the time you get there. Kazuma nodded. Got it. Alright, see you later, the driver said as he took off. Well, that's that, Kazuma sighed. I can't believe we left Kanamai for 3 days for this. Me neither, Ranma agreed. It better pay well. Ryouga just snorted. As the trio stepped out of a rundown-looking house in a neighborhood of rundown-looking houses, Ranma snickered to himself as he counted his money. I can't believe we got this much, he said in a giddy voice as they continued walking, turning onto the street when the weighted dirt path that led from the home ended. Hey Kazuma, if you make this much all the time, why are you so poor? Ryouga asked, looking at the alter user. Kazuma looked surprised. This is a lot? He asked. It doesn't look like much, he said as he looked down. In his hands, as well as Ranma and Ryouga's, were at least 10 bills, all marked with a 1 and 3 zeros succeeding it in each corner. We each got at least 10,000 yen. Ranma said, shocked at his answer. What do you mean not much? He doesn't know the value of money, Ryouga said impassively as he pocketed his own share. He probably gets swindled all the time. Hey, I don't get swindled, Kazuma said with a frown. Kanamae-chan does all the shopping. Hey, that's the first time you called her Kanamae-chan, Ranma noted. Anyway, that means we need to teach both of you the value of money. The clinic's not too far, right? So you said. Yeah, that's right, Kazuma said. We could take our time if we wanted. Actually, we'd have to pay a toll to get under a bridge from where we are, but it's not much, Kazuma said. Not much? Ryouga frowned. I'll believe you when I see the price, he mumbled. Hell no, Ranma said angrily. 3,000 yen just to cross under this bridge. I'll just jump over the damn thing, thanks. The old man standing before them glared at him. Jump over it. And just how the hell do you plan on doing that? He demanded. Kazuma, you with these idiots? Kazuma, if you've been paying 3,000 every time you come through here, this guy has definitely been cheating you, Ryouga said with a frown. We should just go through it. What? You have to pay the toll. The old man growled. Who's gonna stop us? Ranma demanded. The old man smirked as two men walked out from under the bridge. They were both very muscular and had a menacing look about them. One of them sported tons of scars all over his naked torso and arms, and the other one had a very thin muscle shirt that showed off his impressive physique. Ranma snorted. You're joking, right? He snickered and Ryouga chuckled to himself. Hey, idiots, Ryouga said as he stepped up. Which one of you is stronger? They both stepped up at the same time, and then frowned and looked at each other. That's alright. Both of you can attack me at once, he said as he crossed his arms. Now come on. Hit me as hard as you can. You sure that's okay? The one with the shirt asked, scratching his head. Yeah, go ahead. I'll even turn around, Ryouga said as he turned his back on them. Come on now, we don't have all day. Oh man, this is gonna be great, Ranma snorted. Boss, what should we do? The scarred one asked the old man. The old man snorted. Go on and hit the fool. Should teach him a lesson. By now, nearby people were all starting to watch the display. Come on now, both of you, at the same time, Ryouga said. I'd like to get this over with. Well, if you say so, chump, the shirtless one said with a grin. They both cocked their fists back, and screamed towards Ryouga with malevolent intent, and several of the passers-by gasped. When their fists impacted the lost boy's back, he made no reaction at all. Ryouga started tapping his foot in apparent impatience. When are you guys going to hit me already? I left it wide open for you, he said as he turned around to look at them. Oh, you did already? The two men looked at each other in confusion. Now that that's over, how about I show you how hard I can hit? He asked, cracking his knuckles. Hey, alter user. the old man said suddenly. That's got to be it. You must be one of them damned altar users. Several people in the crowd gasped again, while others started mumbling nervously and Ryouga frowned. I'm not an altar user, he said calmly. Sure you are. You're some kind of damned monster. The old man growled out. And you raise a ruckus by refusing to pay toll. You're demanding far too much money, Ryouga said. 300 would be a more appropriate price than 3,000. And since this is technically public property, you can't really demand a toll anyway. You're not a civil servant and I'm sure this isn't sanctioned by any form of government. Tolls are supposed to be used to fund public services, after all. What? The old man cringed. You heard me. This bridge and tunnel belongs to everyone, not just you. You didn't build it. Everyone here should be able to use it at their leisure, instead of paying you money just because you said they had to. Why you? The old man sputtered. And now listen here, you little upstart. I'm just an honest man making an honest living. You're the one coming out of nowhere and disrupting everything. It's a martial artist's duty to stop evil when they see it, even if it's petty. Ranma snorted. Evil? The man shouted. You're the one interrupting the peace. Shut up already, Kazuma said suddenly. I don't really know what's going on, but this is just taking too long and I'm starting to get annoyed. Let's just leave already. He scowled at the old man. And I trust these guys. I'm not paying you a single coin ever again, you stupid old geezer. How dare you? The old man thundered. Ryouga. Shigeki. Kick the shit out of these losers. Boss. The scarred man scratched his head. You did see us hit him, didn't you? That's right. He's an altar user. The old man remembered. Get out of here, you monster. I'm not an altar user, Ryouga snorted as he walked under the bridge with Ranma and Kazuma in tow. I'm just a martial artist. You can't go in there without paying, damn it. The old man shouted. Come back here. The three ignored his calling, however, and he growled at the two men in front of him. You idiots. You let them get away. Sorry, boss. But that guy's an altar user. No way we're picking a fight with one of them, the one with the shirt said, rubbing his head. I said I wasn't an altar user. Right, kid? The one with the scars snorted. Like anyone with skin that hard ain't one of them freaks. Well, that's one way to introduce yourself to the local populace, Ryouga muttered as the three walked along a dirt path that was quickly becoming familiar. This discrimination against altar users is going to become a problem. I can't believe that old man's been cheating me this whole time, Kazuma growled. You never thought about why you had to pay to go under a bridge? Ranma asked, incredulously. None, he was just there, so I thought it was natural, Kazuma explained. Ryouga frowned. The level of education in the Lost Ground seems to be lacking. If anything, we should teach both Kazuma and Kanamai the value of money as quickly as possible, His frown lightened as his thoughts took a more positive turn. Or rather, that would be best left to Nabiki. Then again, maybe not. We're almost to the farm, Kazuma said. It's pretty early, so Kanamai might still be working. We can just wait around at the rocks, Kazuma said. You're kidding, right? There's no reason not to help if they're working, Ryouga said. Actually, Ranma started nervously. We just finished a job already. We don't want to overwork ourselves, do we? Ryouga snorted in amusement. You just don't want to have to turn into a girl and go work with the other women, he jeered. Ranma glared at the bandana-clad boy. You want to make something of it, pork breath. If they knew about your curse you'd be barbecue ribs before the day was over, he spat. What was that, Ranma? The fanged boy demanded. You heard me, pork chop. They both stopped walking and glared at each other. I've been waiting for this, Ryouga said with an undertone of excitement as he clenched his fists. Hey guys, we're kinda close to the farm, you know. If people see you two fighting, they'll get the wrong idea, Kazuma said with a frown. I don't care, Ranma said coldly. Biggie here has had an ass-whooping common to him for a while now. The two teams started to circle each other right there in the road. Kazuma shrugged, then glanced around and quickly realized they were already near the boulders where they would be meeting Kanamai. He walked over to one and sat down on it, turning to watch the fight in disinterest. Just as the two teams bent their knees and braced to engage one another, a young, feminine voice called out to them. Kazuko-kun, Ranma-chan, P-chan, you're all back. Ranma and Ryouga blinked and turned their heads to see the small child walking towards them with a smile on her face. She waved at them cheerfully. Ooh, hey there Kanamai, Ranma said, awkwardly. Ryouga frowned. Wait a minute. Did you call me P-chan? He asked. Kanamai nodded enthusiastically. Ranma-chan likes to call you that, so I thought I could too, she said as she finally came to a stop right next to the two. Ryouga knelt down and got a stern look on his face. Kanamai-chan, I know it might sound fun, but you shouldn't call me that. Don't call people things that they don't want to be called. Why? The girl asked, tilting her head. Because it would hurt my feelings if you called me that. I don't like it when people call me that. You sure love it when Akan calls you that, Ranma snorted loudly. P-chan. Ryouga growled and stood up. If it wasn't for Kanamai, you'd have a broken jaw, he said. Maybe, Ranma said with a grin. Let's just go home already, Kazuma said with a sigh as he stood up and started walking away with his hands in his pockets. Okay, Kanamai said as she started after him. Ranma and Ryouga merely sighed, their mood ruined. When the four arrived at the clinic, they found Kimishima's jeep parked on the side. Ranma frowned. Maybe we should have just stuck with them, the boy frowned. Nah, I got to see that old man was cheating me because we didn't, Kazuma said shaking his head. I'm glad we didn't. Well, when you say that, Ranma said in agreement as they all made for the door. Kazuma got there first and let himself inside, leaving the door open for the others, and when Ryouga, the last person in, shut the door behind himself, Kanamai began speaking. So how much did you bring back this time, Kazuko-kun? She asked. 1,000? Kazuma blinked and looked down at her. 10,000, he said, patting his pocket. The girl gave him a skeptical look. I'll believe you when I see it, she said patiently, holding out her hand. Kazuma frowned and reached into his pocket before taking out all of the money and holding it out for her to see. The girl took it and started counting it. As she finished, her eyes widened in surprise. What did you do to get this much, Kazuko-kun? Did you steal this? She demanded. You shouldn't steal from people, Kazuko-kun. Hey! I earned that money fair and square, Kazuma said indignantly. He doesn't know the value of money, Ryouga explained to the girl. He said he usually gets that much, but I'm guessing between the time he gets his pay and the time he gets home, he ends up losing it. Kazuma flinched. I know the value of money, he snapped. Some people just need it more than I do. He recalled incidents where he'd seen someone struggling to pay for something on the street, and slipped them a bill or three while no one was looking. It left a good feeling, but was sufficiently embarrassing that he didn't feel like explaining it to anyone. An incident where a boy no older than 12 was going to work in construction gear didn't have enough money to pay for the bridge toll came to mind, and he frowned. That old man was cheating little kids too. I should go back and kick his face in. As he was overcome by righteous anger, a voice called him out of his retrospection. Kazuko-kun, don't worry about it. You know better now, right? She asked. He blinked and looked down at the little girl. This means things should get much easier from now on, if you're not going to be losing money anymore. I'm sorry, he shrugged. I didn't know that it made that big a difference. The young girl patted him as high as she could on the back. Like I said, don't worry. Things will be okay. She beamed at him and Ranma and Ryouga both had a sudden coughing fit. Kazuma glared at them. Yeah, thanks. It's nice to see someone cares, unlike the jerks I know. Yo, Kazuma. You're back. They all looked up at one of the doors to see Kimishima Branson. I got another job for us already. This one's much smaller and pays 1,000 each. But it's tonight. You guys willing to do it? He asked. Ranma and Ryouga looked up. Sure, why not? This morning wasn't enough to get the tension out, Ranma commented casually. Ryouga snorted at that. We'll get our match sooner or later, Ranma, he said. We better, the big-tailed boy agreed. Kimishima nodded at that. Well then, see you guys tonight, he said as he turned around and left the room. For a moment, no one made a sound. Ranma-chan, you want to go outside with me? Kanamai asked. Sure kid, why not? Ranma sighed. It's not like there's much else to do. Can you show me how to do that funny stuff you do where you jump around? It looks fun, the girl said. Ranma blinked and looked down at her. Don't you know about martial arts? He asked. One of the girl's hands rose up to her mouth as she looked up at the teen with curiosity. What's that? She asked. I'll show you, Ranma said simply as he shrugged and walked over to the door and opened it. Be careful, Kazuma warned as Kanamai followed him out. We will, the little girl assured him. Damn it, I hate these freak thunderstorms. Ranma-chan growled out as she ran into the clinic with Kanamai in tow. Both girls were soaking wet. How often does it rain here like that, anyway? The last time was when we first showed up. Actually, things have been pretty dry for the past week or two, Kanamai said as she shut the door. It usually rains fast and hard. It's always been that way, the girl said. You're kidding, Ranma said with a frown. You mean it's going to do that more often? Probably, the little girl said, tilting her head. What's wrong with turning into a girl, anyway? I think it's kind of neat. A lot of things that you aren't old enough to understand, Ranma sighed. Thunder crackled in the background and the lights all went out at once. Oh great. No power, she complained. It took a few more seconds for the implications to hit her. That means no hot water either, she said with a growl. If you hurry, there might still be some in the water heater or pipes, Kanamai said. You're right, I should go. Ranma quickly ran for the stairs and passed Kazuma on the way up. Kazuma blinked at that but merely continued walking down the stairs. Kanamai-chan, we're going to be leaving in a few minutes, the brunette said. We should be back before the night's over. Oh, so don't worry about it. Really? Kanamai asked. Well, if you say so, she said. I was going to go to bed in a little while, actually. Ranma-chan showed me some martial arts. It was fun but exhausting too. Okay then, Kazuma said with a nod. Kimishima and Ryouga both walked into the room from one of the doors. You ready to leave, Kazuma? Kazuma looked over at his friend. Yeah. I was about to go get Ranma, but he just got back, he said. After a few seconds, Ranma, still female, came back down the stairs. Either of you have a thermos I can use? Water's all cold, she said, miffed. Both shook their heads in the negative. Damn it. I'm gonna start carrying one with me all the time. Watch your language, Ryouga chided, glaring at Ranma. Ranma blinked and looked at Kanamai, who waved at her. Oh. Yeah. Even though the power's out, I was about to tell you that the water heater's out, too. Ryouga said nonchalantly. We haven't been able to get hot water since you went outside. And the stove's electric, Ranma said through gritted teeth. It's almost like someone is plotting against me. Don't worry about it, it'll only be for a little while. I've fixed the water heater before, Kazuma said casually. We'll just wait for the rain to stop before we go. Right, the redhead grumbled. Like it'll stop any time soon, and as if by magic, the rain outside stopped. Everyone looked at Ranma. "Come on, the power will come back on." Nothing happened. "Damn it," she said, snapping her fingers. "Ugh, Ranma." Ryouga sighed and covered his face with a hand. "Oh, oops." There. The redhead giggled innocently. Anyway, let's hurry up and do that job before the rain decides to start up again," Ranma said. "If you're ready to go now," Kimishima said. Nabiki said she'd stay here for now. "Let's go." Then, he walked over to the door and opened it. Maybe I should get a different car if I'm going to be taking you guys around," he muttered as he walked out of the house. Kanamai looked up at Kazuma. "So you're going out again?" "Yeah," he said as both Ranma and Ryouga walked out of the house. "Don't worry about us. We'll probably be back in under an hour. Hidekeys is not all that far." "Hidekey? Who's that?" "Kazuko-kun." "Oh, he's a friend of Kimishima's," Kazuma said. "He needed us to help him with a small problem he had in his neighborhood. Something about wild animals attacking or something," the boy snorted. "Anyway, we're going to help him." He ruffled her hair. "Don't give Nabiki any trouble while you're here, okay?" "Okay," she said with a nod. "Come back safely, Kazuko-kun." Kazuma grinned at that. "Nothing can hurt me," he said with a thumbs up. "So don't worry. See ya, Kanamai." He turned and walked out the door, shutting it behind himself. I mean it." The girl walked over to a window and looked outside, to watch Kazuma as he hopped into the back seat of Kimishima's car. He looked upset at something, and Ranma-chan, who was sitting in the front passenger side, turned around to stick her tongue out at him. Kanamai giggled as the car sped off. "So the leader of this gang is an alter user?" Ranma asked as they rolled into an abandoned city district. The streets were mostly intact and many of the buildings were still standing, but the weather had worn them away. "And he's picking on some other guy's gang, which is made up mostly of a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds. Daily beatings and stuff. Hidekey's a friend of ours, but his group isn't exactly a gang. He keeps them out of trouble, actually. So I'm assuming that's why you gave him a discount," Ranma said. "Alright, I'm up for rockin' some bullies." She clenched a fist and punched her other palm. "I'll do this one free," Ryouga said. "Picking on the weak is despicable. Hey, those kids aren't exactly innocent either, you know. They're sorta in a gang," Kazuma said, grinning. "Even still, these other people are in their 20s and whatnot, right? And I don't think you two could be friends with this Hidekey fellow if he was a horrible person." There was silence after that as Kazuma and Kimishima considered what he'd said. "I guess you're right," Kazuma agreed. "I guess I'll do it for free too." "Yeah, fine with me," Kimishima said. The car suddenly jumped and the engine died. All 14s were silent as the car coasted down a hill. Once it reached the bottom of the hill, it quickly came to a stop. "Well, at least we're almost there," Kazuma said after a whole minute. Moments later, Ranma, Ryouga, Kazuma and Kimishima were pushing the car down the street. After they hit a bump, the 14s all stopped. Heh, Ranma-chan chuckled. It's a good thing we're close, she said. But that was a good warm-up, she said as she stood back. Kazuma and Kimishima looked up at her like she was crazy. Pushing a car is a warm-up for you, they both demanded. This pony thing? Ryouga asked as he stood up. Guys, it has wheels. That makes it all the more easier. Hey, you idiots. A fat man with blue-green hair, a red vest and some green pants walked over to them. Pony? Kimishima asked. It's at least a few thousand kilos. Yeah, that's right, Kazuma said, looking at Kimishima. What's with you, anyway, making us push this good-for-nothing thing? Trying to wear us out before the job? Hey! The fat man tried again, but no one paid him any heed. If we didn't, it'd have been stolen. And with all four of us, it wasn't that hard to push, Kimishima explained. Well, you need a new one anyway, like you said, Ranma-chan snorted. Don't ignore me. The fat man raised a meaty arm into the air, prepared to strike the nearest person, who happened to be Ryouga. New cars are expensive, Kimishima reminded with a frown. If you guys don't chip in, I'll get another open-top one. What? You've got to be kidding me. Ranma said angrily. I said, don't ignore me. The fat man growled out as his fist flew at the lost boys. There was a noisy impact as meaty fist met tense muscle. That's ridiculous, Ryouga snorted. You can afford one, I know it. And it's not more expensive to get one with a closed top. It's actually less expensive. Well, you heard me, Kimishima said as he crossed his arms. If it's all my money, I'll buy what I want, you losers. All 14 stopped chattering and glared up at the fat man. You want to fight or something? Ranma asked with a sneer. This point is mine, Kazuma said as he cracked his knuckles. Nobody calls me a loser. Kazuma. A male's voice called out from the side. The 14s looked over to see a man lying on the ground in front of their car. Oh, Heike, Kazuma said casually. So we finally made it. As the four looked around, they noticed a bunch of kids lying, unmoving, on the sidewalk near the injured Heike, and a group of men and women holding blunt weapons off to the side. Okay, so where's the chump that did this? He asked. Heike raised a hand and pointed at the fat man to their side. Well, that's convenient, Kazuma said as he looked the fat man up and down. So you're an alter user, huh? Ranma asked, her scowl becoming an evil smirk. We can have fun with this one, boys. You don't need to tell me that, Ryouga said as he cracked his knuckles. Kimishima looked at them and then the fat man, and took a few steps away. Do you kids know who I am? The angry pile of lard shouted at them. I am Biff. Biff, right? Ranma nodded. Hurry up and bring your altar out already, Biff. Oh, bring my altar out? The fat man started laughing. Many of the thugs in the background seemed to take notice of this, but none of the three teens acknowledged him. "Fine. I'll crush you." The fat man jumped back and was suddenly surrounded by a rainbow-colored haze. He yelled out as chunks of the buildings, the street, and Kimishima's entire car all vanished and started to converge into a single construct. "My car!" Kimishima yelled out in horror. At that point, all of the thugs started running away. "This one's gonna be big," Ranma noted as she and the other two fighters simply stood back and watched. "Hey, Kimishima, get those kids out of here before he smashes them with his fat or something." Kimishima nodded and ran over to help the kids all get away. The one called Heike helped him as well, and they all quickly cleared out of the area. The altar finished forming in a matter of seconds, and a metallic tentacle with 5 digits protruding from the tip reached down and grabbed the obese man, then lifted up into the sky. The chubby guy laughed at them from his position in the air. They looked up at the giant altar. It was a giant robot of sorts with a huge club for a right arm, and its left arm was the metal thing that had picked up its creator. Its support was the 4 identical legs that jutted out from the bottom of a vaguely cylindrically shaped chassis. "Hammer!" the large human cried out gleefully. "HMPH, it don't look so tough," Ranma snorted. "Let's hurry up and get this over with. It's been a while since I had an altar fight," Kazuma said. "I want to have fun with this guy. It might rain again. Let's just get it over with." "I'll fight with you tomorrow," Ryouga said. "Fine by me," Kazuma replied. "It's a promise, then." The fat man was mildly incensed by their banter. "Bring out your altars already if you're going to fight me," he taunted. "I'll crush you all." "Fine," Kazuma said as he was surrounded by a multicolored glow. His arm transformed as it did before and was encased in the shiny metal. "Is that it? You talk about beating me, but you have that tiny little altar." The portly gangster laughed at them all. "And I don't even see yours." He directed that last bit at Ranma and Ryouga. "Good," Ranma said as she leapt up at the robot's head. Kazuma followed by punching the ground, and he landed on top of the club that served as the robot's right arm. "I'd play with you, but we're in a hurry today," he said as he punched its club arm. Ryouga ran for one of its legs and yelled out as he jump-kicked it at the joint, snapping it as if it were tinfoil. Ranma landed on its face and held up a glowing blue hand. "Muko Takabisha!" she yelled out as she launched backwards off the thing's round head. A ki blast materialized at her hands and flew at its head, and detonated with incredible force as it hit. "What the hell is going on here?" the corpulent man screamed as his altar fell over. Its left arm was destroyed, one of its legs torn off, and its face was smashed in. It started glowing, and Kazuma jumped off of its arm in time to land next to Ryouga at the same time as Ranma. The robot exploded in a huge fiery display, and before the smoke even cleared, the overweight goon fell down to the ground in a blubbery heap, unmoving. It might not have lasted long, but it was worth it to come out here and embarrass that guy, Ranma said as she bent over and inspected the unconscious altar user lying across from them. Kazuma, Kimishima ran over to them and they all blinked. I figured you would take a bit longer than that. Did he piss you off or something? Nah, these two are afraid it'd rain or something again, Kazuma said cheerfully. I got Ryouga over there to promise me a fight. Oh. Ranma snorted. Don't be upset if he doesn't show up, she said, laughing. P-chan over there is notorious for challenging people to duels and not showing up until a week after the date. Huh? Kazuma frowned and looked at Ryouga, who was blushing in anger and embarrassment. Shut up, Ranma. He's got a horrible sense of direction, you see. He's only been able to stay with us now because I've been keeping an eye on him, she said, giving her rival a good-natured pat on the back. Whole family is like that, too, poor guy. Ranma, I'm warning you, the lost boy started. Well, someone has to fight me, Kazuma said, annoyed. Just then, the four were blinded by some sort of light, and as they turned their heads to look, they saw a group of armored vehicles rising up from behind a nearby cliff. As Ranma studied them, she found herself comparing them to what little she knew about war machines. APCs, she muttered. What are they? The Defense Force? When the vehicles stopped rising, they were at least 3 stories tall and armored men stood atop them with guns trained on the 14s. We'll be your opponents. The 4 teenagers cringed at the loud, megaphone-enhanced voice. They could each see a blue-haired girl in some kind of white and purple uniform standing on top of one of the vehicles holding up a small device to her mouth. Who the heck are these guys? Ranma asked as she stood straight and held up a hand to cover her eyes. That's Hold, the city's police force, Kimishima frowned. This is not good. What are they doing here? Ryouga demanded. Who knows, but they're definitely going to cause us some problems, Kimishima sighed. I'll buy you guys time to escape, Kazuma said, retaining a veneer of calm. He looked over at Ranma and Ryouga. You two don't need to get involved. You think we're going to run from this? Ranma snorted and Ryouga crossed his arms. Kimishima, you go down and get those other guys out of here. We'll hold them off, she said with a sigh. All right. You guys be careful, he said as he turned and ran. The 3 fighters all looked up at the girl with the megaphone. So you guys want to give us a fight? Kazuma called out with a grin. I don't care if you're Hold or whoever, there's no way you can match us, he declared as he punched the ground and flew towards them. His fist crashed into the vehicle's wall and both Ranma and Ryouga took action after that. All we want to do is buy some time, don't hurt anyone too much, Ryouga called out. You're not the boss of me. Ranma hollered back as she leapt up and held out both of her hands. Double Mokota Kabisha, she called out, throwing twin spheres of blue energy at the soldiers. Besides, they have guns. Her Kai attacks slammed into several of them, knocking them unconscious and sending the guns flying away. Ranma, you idiot. Ryouga growled. Fine, whatever. He grabbed his belt and pulled it off of his waist, leaping at one of the APC's ends and swung his belt in a very wide arc, cutting off a chunk of metal and taking one of the tires with it. If I had my umbrella, guns wouldn't be a problem. I'll have to get a new one. Kazuma landed on the dirt near where they'd all been standing a moment ago as Ranma and Ryouga continued to attack. A panel on one of the tall vehicles slid to the side, revealing its interior, and a green-haired man in a purple and white uniform jumped out. Despite the commotion, he had an aura of inflammability. Kazuma narrowed his eyes. He must be the leader. There was something in the green-haired man's eyes that made him feel extremely uncomfortable, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. Shocking first bullet. The bottom lost fin on his back vanished and he shot forward towards the other man. Suddenly, a humanoid shape appeared in front of him and two ribbons shot out from behind its head at him. One of them wrapped around his right arm, and the other one slammed into his gut. Stupid ribbons, how did he stop me so easily? The brunette looked up at the humanoid shape in front of him and saw that it looked like a person wearing a straitjacket. Kazuma, hang on. Kazuma registered Ranma's voice and looked up in time to see the girl directly attacking the altar's creator, who only looked mildly surprised. She didn't waste any time and both of her fists blurred as she hit the green-haired guy at full speed. Kazuma could hardly believe his eyes. The attack had barely lasted one entire second, but the force of all the blows had sent the altar user flying away. The altar immediately retracted the ribbon from Kazuma's gut and used the one wrapped around his arm to sling him hard into one of the APCs. He could tell that the blow to his head would have immediately knocked him out if he wasn't being powered up by his altar. He groaned as he fell to the ground and struggled to stand. "Kazuma, are you alright?" He heard Ryouga's voice nearby and grunted. "Yeah, I guess." He tried to clear his head and was able to stand after a few moments of trying. As he looked up, he saw Ranma fighting off the altar wearing the straitjacket. She managed to bat away its ribbons as it tried to whip her, but after only a few seconds of the ineffective strategy, one of the ribbons shot out and snaked around her torso, trapping her arms by her sides. The second one proceeded to slap her face a few times before the first slammed her into the ground. "Damn, that guy always needs help," Ryouga growled as he reached up to his head and started over towards the two. He grabbed his bandana and flung it at the ribbon that was holding her. It cut right through the material, and Ranma fell down to the ground. Unfortunately, the bindings were not loosened, and the girl couldn't move from where she was. The altar turned towards him, unconcerned with Ranma, tied up as she was. It immediately tried to wrap the other ribbon around the fanged martial artist, seeking to restrain him as well. But the lost boy merely laughed. "You think I am as easily defeated as her?" he growled. The boy roared and flexed and the bindings all snapped away from him. "I'm not defeated. And who are you calling a girl?" Ryouga merely ignored her. "However, take this. Bakusai Tenketsu." The lost boy poked a spot on the ground, and an explosion of rocks and pebbles buffeted both him and the altar. Ryouga, however, was unfazed and continued to move while the altar was surprised and took some damage. He charged at it and punched it in the face, sending it flying into one of the armored vehicles. It crashed loudly and left a large indent in the metal, before falling to the ground as Kazuma had earlier. Kazuma whistled as he walked over to join his two friends. "Not bad," he said happily. "I guess I owe you guys. This bastard might have gotten me if you two weren't here." Inside, however, he was frowning. "I have to get stronger. Can you two hurry up and untie me?" Ranma demanded from the ground. "Maybe we'll leave you that way." Ryouga's retort was cut short as he suddenly flew backwards as if he'd been hit in the face. The boy landed on his back and both of the other teens looked surprised at where he'd been standing. "Hey, what happened? You okay, Ryouga?" Ranma asked, concern for her teammate overriding her ire. "That hurt," the boy said as he sat up and wiped his chin. Blood started dripping down his chin from his mouth. "That really hurt." "As well as it should have," said the confident voice from the side. They all turned their heads to the side in time to see the green-haired man in the purple and white uniform walking towards them with a cold look on his face. Ryouga stood up with a frown. "You should learn how to stay down," Kazuma said as he reared his right fist back. Annihilating second bullet. Another of the fins on his back vanished and he shot forward in a blaze of speed only to be slammed by an invisible force and knocked back into Ryouga. The lost boy easily caught the altar user, but the momentum sent them sliding back a few feet. "What the hell was that?" Kazuma demanded as Ryouga set him down. There was a flash of light followed by the crackle of thunder. "Damn, we're almost out of time," Ranma yelled out. "Hurry up and untie me, you guys." She wriggled around a few times, but the bindings didn't loosen at all. "If I was a guy, I wouldn't be having this problem." Ryouga ran over to her as Kazuma jumped for the altar user again. Obliterating last Bulji. He gagged and coughed as the unseen force once again slammed into him while he was in the air. Before he could even land, it slammed into him again from another direction. He fell to the ground in a heap just as Ryouga knelt down by Ranma. The lost boy was silent as he reached down to rip her bindings away, but before he could even touch them, whatever was hitting them slammed into him again, knocking him away from her. Ryouga flew backwards and landed in a heap behind some ruined concrete just as rain started pouring around them. "Damn it!" Ranma growled out angrily as she squirmed around in vain. She looked around, but all she could see was the water pounding relentlessly on the ground, a dazed Kazuma and the male altar user's boots as he walked over towards the rubble that Ryouga had landed behind. She looked up and watched as he inspected the area. "That's right, he doesn't know about the curse. He'll never find Ryouga." Suddenly, a small black piglet shot up at the altar user. "No! Ryouga! You idiot! It's a pig!" the altar user said as he looked at the small animal. He was holding it away from him, and it had its head held sufficiently away from his arms so that it couldn't bite him. It must have wandered off from a local farm. Ranma's eyes widened as she suddenly came up with an idea. "Run, you stupid pig! They'll arrest you too!" she cried out desperately. Both the pig and the altar user looked at her like she was crazy. "You can't do anything once you're caught," she said in a low voice as she suddenly stopped moving. The pig looked at her with sudden understanding, but the altar user merely started to chuckle. "It seems you have a fine grasp of the situation," he said as he calmly set the thing down. It immediately ran away and he only looked after it for a second before turning over towards her. "So you'll come peacefully? Come peacefully?" she snorted. "You make it sound like I've already lost or something." "Perhaps I spoke too soon," the man said with a small smile. "Oh no, buddy, the joke's on you, see? You'll get it later, don't worry." She chuckled again. "Humor me, then," he said as he walked over to her and looked her over. He knelt down and lifted her chin so that he could look into her eyes. She smirked at his uncaring expression. "Don't lay a finger on her," came a voice neither one was expecting. Obliterating last bullet. Ranma and the green-haired altar user looked up in time to see Kazuma flying at them with his fist cocked back and a look of fury etched into his face. The green-haired altar user remained unfazed. Before Kazuma could reach them, he suddenly slammed into the ground as the unseen attacker struck him once more. That time, he didn't get up. GRA White Skies Part 3, and Chapter 4 MSC Nerima, Tokyo, Thursday, November 2nd, 1995. Akan stood before 3 grave markers that were surrounded by various flowers. Engraved in the stone obelisks were 3 names, each belonging to the 3 whom had vanished on the same day, 6 years prior. There was a gentle breeze that ruffled her dress slightly. The flowers danced in the wind as the now young woman stood with an exotic flower clutched in her hands. "It fell on a Thursday again," she said quietly. "Ranma, wherever you are, I hope you're happy. Please continue to keep my sister safe." She smiled softly as she considered the other 2 people she had come to remember. "You too, Ryouga-kun, and Nabiki. I know it must be hard for you to be in a strange place, but you're a survivor if anything." "Akan," Takewaki-kuno's voice came off from the side. "Your father wants you to hurry up. Tell him that he can wait a little longer." Of course, the man's shoes clicked along the pavement as he walked away. "Ranma, can you believe it?" The girl had a wistful smile on her face as she knelt down and put her flower down on the ground. She stood back up and hugged herself as the wind picked up slightly, casting a slight chill over the memorial. "I'm getting married." Disclaimer: none of the series, characters, or locations mentioned in this story are owned by the author of this story unless stated otherwise. Gray Skies CHA page TR4. Ranma looked around the darkness as the vehicle moved towards the city. She had been thrown into a small room at the end of one of the vehicles that was more of a cage than a room. It was a holding cell, and she was the obvious prisoner. As Ranma recalled for a moment how she had gotten into the position, she frowned. While she had no doubts she could escape if she needed to, they'd kept her restrained in that strange metallic ribbon. Kazuma was beaten up pretty bad. She remembered how the native alter had looked as they tossed him into a separate vehicle. He was definitely unconscious and his face had numerous bruises. She was sure that he had more bruises and welts under the clothes where he'd been hit by the invisible altar. I wonder what they'll do with us. They'll probably find out somehow that I'm not an altar user. What happens then? As she considered that, she hoped Ryouga was coming up with a plan to break them out. There was no way she wanted to be subject to whatever horrors the state had developed in the 40-some years she'd been gone. P-chan squinted up at the blue-haired, uniformed girl who had found him wandering around outside. She was riding with the green-haired man who'd taught them all and seemed to be fawning over him. The man, whom he had by now learned was called Ryouga, seemed to be as interested in her as one would be a doormat. The piglet shifted his attention towards the green-haired man, whom despite being slightly annoyed by the girl's presence was keeping a cool head. He was obviously intelligent and observant, but he had an air of single-mindedness about him that Ryouga had found common in Nerima. I've got to figure out a way to get out of here. Ryouga looked down at the small black piglet and raised an eyebrow when he noticed that it was staring at him. Ryouga squeaked and the man lost interest and turned away. He's going to be difficult. They were captured by a hold? Nabiki asked, incredulous. Kimishima nodded. Part of the job was securing Hyuga and his kids, Kimishima explained. Holy showed up and Kazuma said to leave it to him. But those boys of yours weren't about to sit back and let the action pass them by. I see. The young woman sat back and frowned. That's just like them. When I got back, Holy had Ranma tied up and Kazuma was lying on the ground. I couldn't see Ryouga anywhere. He'd probably escaped somehow, Nabiki thought with a frown. Likely on accident, too. She sighed and rubbed her temples. What a quandary this is. How do you plan on getting them back? I haven't had a chance to think about that. The man frowned and sat back with a pensive look on his face. I never thought it would be possible for Kazuma to lose an altar fight. Well, it happens on occasion. Silence permeated the derelict clinic as the two tried to think of ways to solve the problem. Nabiki suddenly looked up at him. Isn't there a forest that makes altar power? Nabiki demanded. Kazuma called it the Forest of Altar or something similar. Yeah, there is, he said, looking up at her in confusion. Why would you want to go there? Nabiki looked at him directly in the eyes. If we can go there and get some sort of altar power, at least that's another tool at our disposal towards getting those morons out of prison. I see what you mean, but, Kimishima shook his head. That's way too dangerous. Even the wildlife in that place has altar powers. Supposedly, no one who's ever even gone in has ever come out. Well, we'll just have to go around the wildlife to find this altered generator. Nabiki, have to see if we can find something. Anything. It's better than going in half-cocked against an army and a half, especially when they have alter users of their own, she said with a frown. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Kimishima sighed and stood up. If we're going to do that, we should go right now. Nabiki nodded. Every moment we waste, things could be getting further and further out of our hands, she agreed. I'll go tell Kanamai that we're going somewhere. Kimishima nodded and opened the front door, walking out. Nabiki stood up and walked over to the stairs, only to see the young girl standing at the head of the stairs. Kanamai? Nabiki asked as she looked up at the little girl's face. Kama, did you hear us, then? I only heard my name, the little girl said stiffly. Nabiki narrowed her eyes, then chuckled. You said you were going somewhere? Ah, yeah. Kimishima and I are going to go look for something. Hey, alright, take care. Yeah, you too. She turned around and walked toward the same door Kimishima had left through. She's a poor liar. I'm going to have to talk to her about eavesdropping. Up on the stairs, Kanamai stared straight ahead as she struggled to stay standing. Kazuko-kun, Ranma grunted as she was roughly tossed into another small room and landed face down on the unforgiving cement floor. The door instantly shut downwards behind her and the room was quickly consumed by darkness. She wasn't even able to see right in front of her face as she looked around. At least they untied me, she thought with a scowl as she got up to one knee and held up a palm. A small blue sphere of Kai appeared in her hand, giving the minimal amount of light needed to see around the room. It was what one might expect of jail cell. A small little box of a room with a raised flat block of cement covered only with a futon along the entire left wall and a Western-style toilet and adjacent sink in the far right corner. Then again, I guess I really am in jail, she muttered. I don't believe this. How did this happen again? She growled. Those assholes really just come out of nowhere and arrest people like that? Seriously, we haven't even done anything wrong. She looked around. HMPH. There's got to be some sort of something in here that someone overlooked when they made the place. A loose brick or something. Maybe I can open the door somehow. I could try using a Mokota Kabisha to bust the place down, but they would definitely notice that. She stood up and surveyed the entire room, small as it was, for any sort of weak spot. To her dismay, she noted that while the ground was concrete, the walls seemed to be made of some kind of metal instead of brick. That, coupled with the fact that she was sure she wasn't on the ground floor, made digging out impossible. Maybe I'll have to use that. The crimson-dressed martial artist took a few steps looking around the room for something else. The sink only had one lever, and she was certain that it was only for cold water, so turning into a male would have to wait. The door didn't have any visible hinges. It had smoothly slid up to admit her and slammed down to shut her in. It was like an automatic door at a department store, except made of metal and moving up and down instead of to the side. Indeed, everything Ranma had seen on her way to her current self had reeked of futuristic technology. It was becoming less and less likely that this was some sort of elaborate trick or hallucination, but Ranma didn't want to think about what it meant. Instead, as the girl yawned, she wandered over to the futon and sat down, letting the ball of kai fade away. That's funny, she thought. I wasn't this sleepy a few minutes ago. The girl sniffed the air around her and blinked. It's some sort of sleeping gas, she thought as she turned her body and laid down on the futon, yawning again. Bastards! Nabiki narrowed her eyes as she looked out over the infamous altar forest. Both she and Kimishima were standing on a cliff overlooking the seemingly natural formation. Although the sky was blanketed with dark clouds, the light of the full moon was enough for them to clearly see the center of the forest, in which there was a large grass-covered mound with several large spikes protruding from the lost grounds of evil all those years ago. Along with a giant tree on the tip-top of the mound. Everywhere else was nothing but dense vegetation. It was all a dark green color from the perimeter to just below the miniature mountain. I don't know, Kimishima said. This place is really dangerous. We don't have a choice, Nabiki said. No one else would want to venture into the city to break some guys out of alter user prison, and replacing those three with reliable servants would be even harder. We have to take care of this ourselves. She turned around and started for the car. We can search the perimeter first. Otherwise, we'll have to go in. Kimishima sighed at that. She's right. This is up to us. What a hassle. And going into the city too, that'll be a nightmare regardless of whether or not one of us becomes an alter user. Once the two were secured in the car, Kimishima looked up as he started his engine. If this wasn't for Kazuma, he grumbled as he put his foot on the gas and started towards a visible dirt path. P-chan slowly blinked his eyes open. The first thing he noticed was that he was laying on a dresser. In his face was a huge framed mirror with some notes and pictures shoved into the corners of the frame. As the little piggy looked around, he noticed that the room he was in was a comfortable, purple affair. There was a large bed with a purple comforter. The floor was covered with a purple carpet, the walls were a nice shade of lavender, and the fancy-looking curtains on the window were also purple. There was even a poster of a familiar green-haired man in a purple uniform with his purple altar standing behind him. Morning light shone in through several cracks in the curtains, alerting the porcine animal to the fact that it was another day. Should I take it to a chef or skin it and cook it myself? Upon hearing the familiar, feminine voice, Ryouga looked up, startled. He saw the blue-haired holy girl from before just in time to see her reach down and start scratching his head. She was reading a book titled Japanese Barbecue for Dummies. The time I spent outside of the city helped learn how to do that stuff. But, she bit her lip indecisively. What should I do? Would Ryouga settle for my average cooking? She held the book down away from her face and looked at the piglet as she was petting it affectionately. What should I do? Cook you myself? Or have a professional do it? Huh? She bent down until she was face to face with the little porker. You're so cute. Oh. It's too bad I'm a fiend for pork. Really. Delicious. Delicious ham, bacon, sausage, Why must pigs be so delicious? She blinked as if noticing something for the first time. And I wonder where you got that cute little bandana? Are you someone's pet? P-chan stared at the girl incredulously, his mind reeling with the thought of being cooked like some brainless animal by someone who was quickly turning out to be one herself. You're asking me whether or not you should gut me or some random chef should do it. He suppressed the urge to growl and bite the girl's face. Doing so would have probably screwed up his situation far worse than it already was. It would not do to have them thinking he had rabies or something. Instead, he just settled for making some cute little squeaks and squeals while staring at her warily. Oh, you're so cute, she said as she set the book down on the dresser beside him. I'd have to start my shift soon. But don't worry, little guy. I'll be back for you. She grinned at him, licking her lips and walked away, out of his sight. Maybe I should look up some recipes for a glaze at my desk, and since it won't do to be wasteful, I'll have to figure out how to use some of the more exotic cuts, and the bones. Maybe I can use the cartilage. What can you make from that, anyway? Ryouga instantly hopped down and padded after her. From his vantage point, he was able to instantly notice just how short her skirt was. Feeling that odd sixth sense prod at her, the girl stopped at the door and turned around, and blinked in confusion at the dazed-looking piglet. There was a tiny stream of blood dripping out of its nose and she frowned. Oh, she knelt down to look at the piglet. I sure hope you aren't sick. That'd be a nasty surprise. She grabbed the pig by the snout and looked it over. You look fine. P-chan snorted several times and started looking alive again, making more cute piggy noises. The piglet practically gushed cuteness as the blue-haired girl watched in adoration. Oh, you're just fine. Hee hee, you'll make a delectable dinner, she said enthusiastically as she stood back up and turned around, pushing a button on the wall. Ryouga quickly noted the panel and noticed the door slide up as she walked out. The pig trotted out after her and started looking around, when suddenly the familiar feeling of being picked up came upon him. You can't follow me out here. You're not even supposed to be in the building. The female alter user chided as she turned around and set the pig down right inside the door. Ryouga looked up just in time to see her push a button on the wall beside the door. The pig immediately bolted out of the room just as the door started to shut, leaving a surprised girl in his wake. Hey, wait a minute. Come back here, she yelled as she took off after it. Ryouga lowered his head and kicked up his speed with his guy, hoping his sense of direction would kick in soon. Hey! Stop running already! The girl cried out. Ryouga heard some people laughing as he rounded corners. He turned back and saw the girl was gaining on him. Damn, she's more fit than she looks. He picked up more speed and turned back around. The chase went on for 5 minutes, and his pursuer finally started to slow down. No, wait, slow down. The girl started breathing very heavily after maintaining top speed for so long. Wait, come back to me, Han-chan, she cried out. Screw that, Ryouga snorted as he upped the ante even more, becoming a veritable blur, and leaving a panting, disheartened girl behind. As the tiny black piglet continued running, the girl stopped and fell to her knees and hands, panting and sweating heavily. There goes my romantic dinner with Rhino, she groaned as she fell forward onto the ground. Well, we're here, Kimishima announced to his only passenger as his car slowed to a stop below a cliff, where hopefully no one would see it. Both of them were wearing more expensive clothing than before, at Nabiki's suggestion that they'd fit in more easily with the crowd that had money to spend. Nearby they could see the huge walls of the city standing as the barrier between civilization and impoverished, lawless suffering. I can see that, you dunce, Nabiki said, sticking her tongue out at the driver. The young man rolled his eyes and killed the engine. He opened his mouth to say something as the girl opened the passenger side door, but stopped. As Nabiki shut the door, she noticed him staring straight ahead. Something wrong, Kimishima? She asked with a raised brow. You sure you want to come back with us? You could stay here with what you have so far. It's become too dangerous for me to stay in this particular city. I'll have to come when I can afford a plane ticket. She turned away and looked up at the sky. It was partly cloudy, but mostly blue. They won't be looking for alter users on the mainland. That could be even more dangerous, Kimishima said as he finally opened his own side door and started getting out. Could be, she acknowledged. But they don't have a police force specifically made to hunt alter users there. Hell, they don't even have any alter users on the mainland. You don't know that for certain, Kimishima pointed out. It's a better chance than staying here. I knew all of the consequences when we went to the forest. Now come on, we're here to do a job. Kuninako sighed. We still don't have a concrete plan. It's good enough, Nabiki insisted as they started walking towards the wall. Just waiting around for one of them to make a scene isn't a concrete plan, Kimishima deadpanned. Oh, believe me, with those two, and especially if Kazuma is anything like them, the explosions will be our cue. Right, he sighed as they stopped at the wall. There was a large screen in front of them and 3 other people in line before them. You got the cards? Right here, she said as she reached into her left pocket and pulled out 2 identical cards and gave him one of them. As they waited, the other 3 people all made their way one by one into the city. It's a retina and fingerprint scan, she said as she walked up to the device in the wall. The device asked for identification in a feminine tone that was far from the monotonous one that Nabiki had been expecting. She inserted her own card into the device and held up her hands to the specified area and stared unblinkingly as the device proceeded with its scans. A few beeps and blips indicated that she was done, and she took her card as it appeared in the slot again, pocketing it and walking towards the door as it opened. It shut immediately after she passed the threshold, and Nabiki looked around at the city in wonder. Although the entrance they had used led to the residential area, the skyscrapers that had always been in the distance behind the huge wall were a lot closer now. She sighed as she looked around at the suburban-styled homes that lined the streets. There was a bus stop, a bike stall, and a police box on separate corners within view. Although the architecture was distinctly different from Nerima, she could pick out things that were definitely the same. Even though it was more modern than what she had been accustomed to living in for her entire life, it was far more familiar than the rugged wilderness she had been stuck in for the past few weeks. I could stay here, but it would be risky. I'm guessing Holy would be the largest building, Kimishima's voice said suddenly from her right. HMM? She blinked in momentary surprise at his presence. Oh yeah, probably. If they're as egotistical as you make them out to be, then definitely. She nodded. But the question is, would they hold criminal alter users there? Why wouldn't they? Well, think about it. Holy is a subset of Hold, a government organization. The Holy or Hold buildings would likely be full of nothing but bureaucratic offices and other such. She said, waving a hand. It might be better to find out where they keep imprisoned alter users. Actually, I think Hold's and Holy's headquarters are the same. Since Hold is basically a police force, it's probable that at least a jail of some sort would be on the same complex, but since the city is very limited in space thanks to the walls, it's going to be the same building. Kimishima pointed out. Besides, it would be safest to keep criminal alter users in a place where Holy's alter users can respond quickly enough to keep them from causing massive damage to the city. Nabiki held her hand up over her eyes as she looked up at the tall skyscrapers in the distance. Well, you could be right. She lowered her gaze down to the police box on the street corner. Maybe we can ask for directions. How much money do we have? She asked as they started walking across an empty crosswalk. Enough to rent a car, maybe get some souvenirs, he answered. Scratch renting the car. We'll take the bus and make some investments. The chief hasn't made good on his debts yet. Perhaps we can do something about that. Weasel some information about Holy out of him. That's not all you want to invest in, Kimishima insisted with a smirk. Thinking ahead already? She snorted. Of course. Ryouga sighed as he walked throughout the corridors of the whole building. The civilian clothes he'd managed to find in the lockers were starting to get itchy, and he had the sneaking suspicion that they weren't exactly clean. It's still better than going around naked, he muttered. His plan to get hot water via the showers had worked, but he had forgotten the clothes aspect of his transformation and been forced to make do with whatever he could find. ripping open someone's locker and taking a shirt and pants as well as shoes had been the easy part. Now he had to figure out how to rescue Ranma and Kazuma, all the while with his horrible sense of direction. The worst part of his current ordeal, however, was that he had been wandering around the corridors for the past few hours and he did not appear to be any closer to his destination than before. "Where the heck am I?" he shouted out as his frustration mounted. He fell to his knees and held his head with his hands. His friends were off rotting in cells, and there he was just wandering around, lost as usual. What use he was? It made him feel like tossing off a few Hokudan. "Who's there?" came an alert voice suddenly. Ryouga's woe turned into hope and he quickly stood as a man in uniform walked towards him from the end of the hall. "Excuse me." Ryouga waved at the man and stood up. "What are you doing back here?" the man demanded as he got closer. "I'm sorry, but I think I'm lost," Ryouga said sheepishly. "Yeah, right," the man muttered. "All right, kid, what are you really doing here? You could get in trouble for this," the man said warningly. "But I'm really lost," the lost boy said frustratedly. "The last place I remember is here, some big room with some exotic plants and a woman at a desk. I went to use the restroom and found some lockers," he said nervously. "Then I got lost trying to find my way back." Kid," the soldier snapped. "Don't try to shit me. We're still in the locker room." Ryuga's eyes widened and the boy looked around suddenly. To his shock, he noticed that they were indeed still in the locker room. "What? You've got to be kidding me." The lost boy grabbed his head and screamed. "I've been down here in the same room for hours." Genuine tears started rolling down the boy's cheeks and he fell to his knees again. "Oh," the soldier blinked at his display. "Geez, you really are lost, aren't you? Oh God, what have I been doing this whole time? Kid, listen, I'll just take you back to the lobby, okay? And I'll forget about this. You won't get in trouble. I've been making a fool of myself here." Really?" Ryouga looked up at the man. "You would do that for me?" "Sure. Why not?" the soldier sighed. "Come on. Just follow me," he said as he turned towards the door and started walking. Ryouga quickly stood up to go after him. "Oh, you don't know how much this means to me, really." Nabiki stared out of the window of the bus as it drove deep into the heart of the city. Although it hadn't been more than a month since she had last seen civilization on this level, it felt as if it had been far, far longer, and she had an oddly nostalgic sort of feeling. Perhaps it was the fact that even though for her it had only been 2 weeks, they were 40 years in the future, and the city's level of technology was easily showing it. Staying with Kazuma wasn't bad. Kimishima had enough connections to the point where it was more advantageous than coming to the city and getting some low-wage job. But the convenience of the city couldn't be denied. The bus, cars, grocery stores, department stores,